Police report. What'd you do to the chair?
Use some redevelopment funds to get
You're not having a good day.
How you doing tonight? Things are going good so far in the redevelopment area. We're down 6% citywide. I mean district-wide in our district. Actually 6% citywide also. Every major category is down with the exception of ag assaults and batteries, and they're pretty hard to prevent sometimes, unfortunately. But our burglaries are down, and I'll give you some numbers here right now. We're down year-to-date 13% in auto thefts, 2% in burglaries, 7% in larcenies, 8% in car breaks we're down. Robberies were slightly up 3%, and overall we're down 6% for the year. We're starting to see a little bit of spike now in the area around 44 zone or 43 zone, which is the redevelopment, and part of 42, with some burglaries. But we caught a couple kids today, so I'm hoping. Actually, an adult and a kid that were breaking into a house. And I'm hoping that maybe they confess because the kid was actually talking, so maybe we can tie up to a couple more burglaries. Okay. We also caught a guy about 6 weeks ago that confessed to over like 65 or 70 burglaries they're going to charge him with. He lived over there on Orange Avenue, off Orange Avenue over there, and he hit all these businesses and all these cars. And I know that they charged him at least 52 already, but they're going to probably go well up into 60, 70, 80 when they're done. They're still working it up. So Haynes and Orange still seems to be an issue. I know we had the mobile command posts out there. We've made a couple arrests. And I don't know where we're at as far as getting that property, maybe turning it into a park. I don't know. That would be a good thing. We did the study, was underway on Caroline. Traffic engineering is doing that as far as getting speed bumps and the sign, also for the flashing sign for when the school's in session. They're doing their study now. I gave it to them right after that meeting. I haven't heard back from them. It's probably going to take about another month, probably 60 days. Okay. And I was out there walking to school with the kids last week. We walked to school, and it seemed it was a good turnout. Over 100 kids walking from Campbell to Terry T. Okay. So Biketoberfest is this weekend. Yes. So we're geared up, and we'll be out Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night in full force. In front of the safari, we're going to do a couple things there, hopefully to slow the revelers down. Hopefully we'll get compliance with some warnings, and I think the word will get out. I don't anticipate any kind of crowds of what we're looking at. I don't know. I don't know if the vendors are even coming, or I know with the economy. I'm sure we'll have a good turnout Friday and Saturday night. The weather's supposed to be 80s during the day and 70s at night, so it's perfect weather for the crowd. So the detail's still out and about. The Midtown detail seems to be working very well. We've done a lot of good stuff with Bethune-Cookman University, working with their security people. We actually caught another guy breaking into a car in the 400 block of North Lincoln. We caught him. Of course, he won't talk to us, but there's another car that happened within 10 minutes of that was broken into. He's saying he didn't do it, of course, but he's right there. So I'm sure he did both of them. We just can't prove. We got him charged with the one, but since then it's kind of dried up with car breaks around BCU, so I'm sure he was our guy that's been terrorizing us over there. We had about half a dozen there in the past 3 or 4 months. So, and we did a lot of drug stuff. Did some roundups last month, and we continue to plug away at it. So,
okay.
Open to questions.
Any questions, board? Ms. Benjamin, any questions? Nope. I think you guys are doing a great job.
We'll try.
And I looked at Haynes Street on the way here, and at least we don't have those people sitting on the benches or whatever. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, we've been really hitting that place pretty hard.
Yeah.
You know, I know the store across the street got burglarized the other night.
Yeah,
the little convenience store, they came in through the wall, so through the back wall. They were in and out of the business in 2 minutes. So, I'm sorry?
Through the back wall?
Yeah, they hammered through with a sledgehammer. So, we had several cases of that in the city, and we called all the guys that were doing it. There's 2 guys, and one of them's out of jail, so I'm sure we'll be paying him a visit to find out what the deal is. So, other than that, we're clearing a lot of stuff. We've caught a lot of people here recently. We've cleared a lot of cases, a lot of burglars, and a lot of car breaks, and a lot of robberies. We've just been real lucky here. We got beat up pretty good this summer, but not in the Midtown area.
Yeah.
Now, after summer, school's back. Now I'm starting to see a little rise in the Midtown area, so we're just trying to hit it hard to get it out, get it under control.
I think
it's under control.
El Dorado, I believe is that El Dorado in Lincoln Street, that corner house.
Yep.
We doing something on that one too.
We're trying.
Okay.
We're trying. I know we made a lot of arrests over there. I know we made some stuff on Magnolia, and that little area seems to be heating up, and we put it out, and it keeps coming back.
Right. Not only is it, Elder, when you're looking at a lot of activity dealing with the El Dorado and Lincoln Street, but Haynes Street on the bottom, like you say, close to Magnolia, it is starting to be a nuisance. I know they boarded up the house across the street, but then across the street, a couple neighbors were telling me that they're starting to congregate. And
On the southeast corner there?
Yeah.
Southwest corner, I'm sorry, southwest corner?
the southeast.
Southeast, okay.
They had a couple of complaints from some neighbors. I told them we'll talk to you about it.
I've been putting my bike guys out there.
Yeah, they especially in the evening time. And then over there on the house is boarded up. If you ride by there about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, that's the people who got put out. From what my understanding is, they're backing their car up and still trying to service some clients.
All right, at the corner house there?
The one sit right behind
I'll have to go look
Pastor
at it.
Houston. That
Okay.
yellow house that's boarded
Yellow
up.
boarded up? Is that like the duplex one? No?
Right before that.
Right before it? Okay.
If you're coming off of Magnolia, make the left. It's the,
First one or second one in?
yeah, on the right hand
Second
side.
one in on the right-hand side?
Right.
Okay.
That's the boarded up one. Then if you
Gotcha.
cross the street to it's a lot of activity sitting around.
I'll send some guys down there tonight.
Yeah.
When I get out, I'll let the shift commander know.
Especially during bike week.
Yeah, we're going to be out there full force. We'll be on our bicycles actually in that area. So,
Great.
So
We're looking forward to you guys for Bike-tober.
we'll be up on the avenue. We'll have full contingency up there, tax squad, and I'm sure I'll see you up there.
Yes.
And I'm actually going to call Miss Himes when I get out of here, check in with her for the weekend. So,
Okay.
hopefully I'll have some good stuff for you in the drug stuff next month.
Great.
We got a lot of stuff going on, but we just state attorney's office, man. We trying.
You're doing a great job, and I want to thank you for all the efforts that you put in.
Okay, well,
we
thank
can
you.
see the difference, so thank you.
We're not going to let up either. So.
Okay. That's
Okay,
good.
thank you.
All right. Tell Chiefy we say hey.
All right.
Okay. All right. Let's recognize one of our family members. Mr. Huger is an ex-board member. He always going to be family, so we like to recognize him here. And Pastor Butts is here. And Miss Ivy is here. I ain't calling everybody's name now, but y'all know who y'all is. Miss Washington. That's it. Oh, Lord. Oh, somebody else's names we got to call too. Yeah. Oh, Lordy. Okay. Gwen is here. Miss Edwards, Asma Edwards. Okay, code enforcement.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Before I start, I wanted to thank a couple of co-workers. I know code enforcement could be a little bit unrewarding, so I want to say thanks to Charles Bryan for helping me in Midtown, also Denzel, Syke, and Brad. It's been enormous help with code enforcement. This is about, my fifth or sixth time being here since I started with Daytona Beach, so I just want to run over the plan that we have with Midtown. We basically have the plan where we're not ping-ponging throughout Midtown. We're taking a section and addressing the violations within that section and working accordingly, moving up to the north side of Midtown. So that's how we're working code enforcement. We're just not moving around and writing violations throughout Midtown. We're trying to get a section area and work hard that area and move forward. I think it's more of results that we see when we work this way instead of ping-ponging throughout Midtown. I know many ride throughout Midtown and see violations and send them through. Most of the times, those violations have cases already. So bear with code enforcement. They have indefatigable presence in Midtown. We're out there and we're trying to take care of many issues. One of many issues that code enforcement has done or try to cure are vacant lots. I know I've spoken about that before. vacant lots on Loomis, corner of Park Avenue. The owner is out of town. Cured the property in a timely manner. We also have vacant lots, which you're aware of, on Haynes and Orange. Spoke with the owner, communicated, very cooperative, and we got that property cleaned up and the 2x4s removed from the trees. So that's a positive. The property is now to maintain it, keep it clean, and not have 2x4s back up there in a month or so. Vacant lot on Oak Street, corner of College Park. It's a lot that is just right next to the university. We want to keep it clean, keep the area, pleasant. The owners are also out of town, trying to keep that lot clean, and they mowed it in a timely manner. We're also doing vacant property. As you know, we have numerous vacant properties that are rentals that are just vacant and abandoned. 341 Maple Street, vacant property. Owner's also out of town. He cleaned up the property and is rented in a timely manner. So these are the projects that code enforcement is trying to do, is basically keep the vacant lots and rental properties, abandoned properties upkept.
Is there any questions, board?
Madam Chair, on the corner of Haynes Street and Orange Avenue, since this has been an ongoing problem for the past year, and the owner has decided to work with the city outside of removing the benches and the tables and chairs and grills, is there any way that property could be secured to where people still can't go and congregate? Is that something the owner has to do, or because there have been arrests and numerous police calls there, is there a process where he can be almost forced to secure the property so that problem won't return?
As far as the congregation goes, it's private property, and it would have to be the property owner's
Discretion.
yeah, willing to close up the area or whatnot. If there's a nuisance amount of arrests being done in the area, that's a police question that they will have to answer, and I'm not in position to do so. So that will be with the police. But as far as the code, what we can do is basically try and maintain the property. I've spoken with the property owner, and he has complied, and have that communication with him on trying to maintain it. Now it's just basically keeping that up, and hopefully any other issues will be with the police department and not code enforcement.
Thank you.
Any more questions, board? Okay, I have a couple. I know you all are working with getting the lawns cleared, but if you just go and have somebody mash the grass down, that's not really cutting the lawn. And if you have them where it's brown, and you cut it with the paper on it, and the paper just flies all over the place, that's really not helping the situation. And you need to edge it up, or have whoever cuts the yards edge it up. I mean, if you're going to do it and you want to make it look nice, let's make it look nice, not more trashy. So
Well, if you look at
that's
the
what I'm
pictures,
seeing.
the pictures there,
Yeah,
before and after,
yeah.
it's undoubtedly a lot better than what it was. And when you mow a yard or a lot, per se, and you have the green grass, that's fertilizer for the grass.
They still
And,
need to
you
edge
know,
it up, and it doesn't make it look a whole lot better if it's still crappy looking. That's
Well,
not
the
really
objective-
helping.
The objective was done. It looks a lot better. Having them mowed and edge it
Yeah.
is I will
Who's
speak
in
with
charge
them.
of that? Is that you that's in charge of that?
that's in charge of. I don't mow
No.
the lot. I mean, what am I charging? I spoke with the property owner and have them mow the
Whoever
the
mows the lot for the city that you go and tell
No, this
to mow?
wasn't with the contractor.
Okay.
this was,
From the city? Is that the contractor with the city?
Yeah, the contractor with the city didn't do this property. This was property owner that mowed the property.
Okay. the ones that's contracted with the city? Because some of these are contracted with the city.
Yeah, if the contractor mows the property, he has to mow the yard and edge it.
Okay, I don't ever see that, and I'm riding around quite a bit, and I don't see them doing that.
Okay.
So you
Well, that's
need to
something
be
we'll
a little bit more
address.
detail to that, please. And whoever is cutting the yard, they need to do a better job, because it still looks crappy. Any more questions, board?
Madam Chair, on Riva Street, the second block headed south, there's an abandoned car without a tag that's been sitting there for about 2 years. It's a blue Oldsmobile Delta 88.
Is that in Midtown?
Yes.
I'll address it.
It's between, as soon as you turn off Magnolia,
On Rivas?
Riva.
Yeah, on Riva.
Any more questions? Okay. Okay, on to the next item. It's the action item. Site plan approval continuance, DEV 2011-043. Mr. Bryant?
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
This is item number 5, action item DEV 2011-043, site plan approval. This is continuous from the last board meeting. This is a request by Mark Dowse and Associates on behalf of Mr. Mobula, Rochelle, and Omar Ingham for approval of site plan modification, minor modification. The site is located at 719 South Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. This, like I said, this is a continuance. This is a review application pursuant to the peer standards for the redevelopment area as required by Article 3, Section 5.1 of the Land Development Code. Nothing's changed as far as this request is concerned. The applicant and the owners are here again tonight. It is the recommendation of the staff that we approve this request for the site plan for this property located at 719 South Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Okay. Board, do you have any questions of Mr. Bryant about this continuing this property site approval?
I have one question,
Yes.
and it was continued last time, but I need to know, why did it go to the planning board before it came to Midtown Redevelopment Board?
There was some confusion about that. Charles, do you mind if I answer? There was a text amendment regarding uses. Remember the social services and prohibited uses? That went forward to the planning board. That was a text amendment. Oh, Land Development Code text amendment. So when that got to the planning board level, at the Midtown meeting, they had added convenience stores to the list. So Mr. Dowse was there on behalf of his property owners as an interested party to the text amendment, not on his application. So this application has never been to the planning board. The proper board for this application is this board. It doesn't go to planning board at all.
I know it doesn't go to the planning board, but the first time that I heard it was sitting at the planning board.
They spoke on the text amendment. They weren't there on their application.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
looking at this agenda, we have 3 action items. And number 5, we're continuing it from last week. My complaint is with the city. We have redevelopment boards that are responsible for making these areas profitable for the city as well as the residents. And the problem that I'm really having is the fact that we can call special meetings and we can have workshops. But once again, we have an item before us that staff wants us to approve. How can we approve something if we haven't discussed it? And if someone took the time to represent the clients at a meeting, I think at some point we should have been told. And once again, we're being asked to approve things, and we're in space because when it comes, staff has all of the information they need for it to be passed, but we have nothing. And I think last week, what the client needed to understand, Mr. Bryan, could you step to the side? I don't want him to think. What the client needed to understand is we're in the process of getting a master plan. And there are some things that we have too much of in our neighborhoods that don't benefit the residents. It benefits the owners. I can't stop someone from investing with their money. But I need you all to understand, business owners and staff, that when you all come to us, find out what we need. Give us our needs first. And all this other stuff that we don't need, then, you know, maybe they'll have an understanding and say, well, let me revert the plan. I'll be a business owner and give them what they need, not give them what they have an abundance of. This store will make number 7 on Martin Luther King Boulevard. Every convenience store in Daytona Beach has the same items that don't benefit us, but they benefit those who can't get in a car and drive to a quality grocery store. It benefits those It benefits those who have a limited resource. There are a lot of things that go on in these convenience stores that a lot of the general public don't know about. I'm saying this to staff. Before something becomes an action item, as a board, let us know. Because it makes it seem like we're fighting the city. And it makes it seem like the city is making us approve something that we really don't want to approve. My next concern is I asked 8 questions last week. I received a letter from the city attorney. My questions weren't answered. How can you bring something to me when you can't answer the questions that I'm asking? And I'm not asking on behalf of Denise McMillan by herself. I'm asking on Midtown Redevelopment. I'm out in the community. I'm talking to the clients. I understand, as your attorney said, you all have invested your life savings into this project. But what would it have cost you to get out, to see who's around you, the people you would be servicing, to find out what their needs are? The bottom line is, it'll be approved. But I need you all to understand, and let anybody else know, when you come in Midtown, come with a serious cause. Don't come to make the money and take it somewhere else. I grew up in this community where the community gave and business owners gave back. And it wasn't money all the time.
Any more
Yeah,
questions?
I have some comments on this.
Okay, Ms. Ivy.
First, I want to talk about the convenience store issue and some of the things that we sit back and look at. Now, we've been working on a master plan for a year or longer, and not one time has I've seen not one convenience store owner at a meeting. That's number one. But now, I looked at the planning board tape, went back and reviewed the minutes and notes that we have. Also, I'm more like in agreement with Tracy remark, because in my opinion, I think convenience stores are already there's a moratorium on it, and it's already in the records for a prohibited use. And the reason why I want to say I'm agreeing with that is because when we was going through this, and the question was asked in the planning board, and they did not get an answer. And I'm gonna ask the same question before too, and it comes down to when we had the meeting on June the 10th. The planning board sent up the project descriptions dealing with prohibited uses in redevelopment areas. Okay, that was LDC Amendment Development 2010-025. In that particular land development code amendment, it had the prohibited uses. And on that prohibited use, if you go down in number 2, the Midtown redevelopment area prohibited uses, it already had car washes, it had convenience stores with light vehicular services that was just scratched out. It also had check cashing services, vehicular services, light and heavy, outdoor storage, packaged alcohol, beverage stores, pawn shops, sales and rentals of vehicles, light and heavy, used clothing sales, and used furniture sales. If I continue to read the complete document that was from all the redevelopment areas, some of this stuff is already prohibited use. So one of the things I would ask staff to do is make sure we get a clarification on that before we even take action on this item. That's one of the things I was looking at. The other part that I was sitting back looking at, because you said we had to really review the site plan based on its merits. So when as we start to look at the site plan, because that's what we have to do, is review the site plan. I looked at the site plan. Excuse me just a minute. This is why I like having a discussion. This is why I'll be saying that we should have discussion items first before we just sit back and start doing an action. When I was looking at the site plan, and even one attached to the letter that we got from the city attorney, some of the things that we have to do is realize what would the economic impact be in our community. So if I'm looking at the economic impact that another convenience store would cause in our community, I would be on the lines with the health department, and it would be a negative impact on our community, because simply, number one, of the things they sell in the convenience stores, and number two, the overcrowding. Number three is the nuisance that the convenience stores carry in our community. And I'm turning to my notes, so please give me a minute. As we looked at the site plan, and I looked at both of them, I compared what we just had, got in our packets on Thursday, and I looked at the site plan compared to the first one that we had. So the question would come out, if I'm evaluating the site plan approval process, when I look at this here site plan, I didn't see no exit, no rear exit on the side on this building. I didn't see nowhere where the garbage container would be placed. The lighting was never addressed. I'm curious to know what the signage would look like and what's the name of the store, where it's going to be. Another thing, when I looked at the existing structure, I didn't see where the restrooms were going to be inside of there. So then I would have another problem with that, and then I would start asking about the different deliveries of the this particular store. Then I would come back, I would ask staff again, when Mr. Brain brought back all these convenience stores to us that we was going to have a workshop on, he had a packet that was about this thick, and it had every police call, every nuisance that came to us, that came to that particular store, the convenience list that we had. It would be interesting to see how many nuisance complaints were lodged against this store prior to it closing. In our packet, it had that it was going to be closed. It was been closed over 3 months. Well, we all know, I think it's been closed close to 8 years prior to that. So there was no activity at that particular location. So when you say 3 months, just say it's been 8 years. And that's the stuff that I be saying about staff when we just get partial information. Another thing that we were looking at when we were reviewing the site, we talk about square footage, and I think we talked about this in one of the meetings. What is the minimum square footage of a particular store, not the square footage of the property itself? I think that was an issue that came up also. And then I already talked about, I think this here particular area, I would be curious to know what the health department plans were to find out what type of impact for sure would this type of convenience store have. Another thing that we look at is what type of security plans would be in place on this particular building, because it's down in what we call the bottom. It's a crime-ridden area, and if it was crime-ridden before, it's going to be crime-ridden again. So I would like to know, are there any plans in place on how they're going to address that? Because the Midtown Board gets billed for special police duties on different things. If not even during the event, we have to pay for special services. So I want to know about what the cost would be from the police department should they have to continue to service this, because that's the impact that it will have on this community. They said it would be an economic hardship to a business owner if we didn't approve this plan. Well, if I'm in business, let's say you're in business now, one of the questions I would ask, there would be an economic hardship. If no customers walk through the doors right now, if I had a store open, would that be an economic hardship? What would I do? Would I still be open? I don't know. But when it comes to making business, when you say it to be an economic hardship, if we don't ask questions, basically that's what I'm taking from this. I would want to know how we're going to do it. So basically, when I sit here and look at this, I think the letter that we got from the city attorney, this whole fiasco is basically, it's a solution that we're really looking for a problem, because we're sitting back making a decision on the impact of our community. So, Madam Chair, when we sit here and look at these different type things and our responsibilities and duties, if we don't talk about these things, then how can we make a sound decision and really approve a convenience store? When I think, and that's what I would like an opinion from the city commission to know if convenience stores are already a prohibited use in our redevelopment area. That's one of the things I would like to know.
At this time, convenience stores are a permitted use.
But I don't know. On the document that you guys gave me, I think it's a prohibited use already. I could be wrong.
Okay.
But let
I'm
me
just
say that,
looking at the land development code,
Uh-huh.
and it's listed in the use schedule as a permitted use.
Okay. So like I say, I don't mind being checked, but on the impact, I think I would have a problem with that. But I still, before we even consider making a decision, my thing would be, I would like those questions answered. Because like any other store that's been in this community, we already know what it's going to be. It's no doubt about it. We already know. When I go look at any convenience store that's in Midtown right now, they're disasters for our community. And that's the impact that happens. Now, if I'm wrong, then somebody can stand up and tell me. But I beg the difference. If anybody would get up now and let's go take a tour and look at every convenience store that's in Midtown, and then you will sit back and tell me what impact they currently have on our community. And then if you really look at the impact, when we're looking at the economic impact, then let's look at how many jobs have been provided to our community from these convenience stores. The only job I see that's being provided in these convenience stores is when I ride around, is probably when the police come, lock somebody up. That's a job for the police. But if I walk into these different stores, I don't hardly see no minorities basically working in these particular stores. So therefore, when I look at the impact that it would have on our community, I would still say it's a negative impact. Now, if you come somewhere and you got a convenience store and you got 2 jobs, and we got 52 convenience stores in our community already, then that means there should be 100 and something people working in their convenience stores. But we don't have that. So that's where the problems and issues start coming in. If we don't start addressing what our community looks like, if we don't start addressing the impact that these type of stores have in our community, we will never be able to attract a major chain, because we got too many convenience stores that sits close to one another. But that's some of the things that I sit back when y'all say go evaluate the site plan according and give it its merits. And in order for us to do that, I think those questions need to be answered. That's my thoughts, Madam President.
Okay. Is there any other questions, board, about this?
I feel very similar to what Mr. Ivy's trying to tell us.
Speak
And-
up. Is your mic on?
Hello?
Yeah, it's on. Okay, speak up. Okay.
This board has worked for more than a year to develop a guideline for incorporation into our new code. At the present time, these stores are based on the existing code. It will not change until such time as the new code is enforced. But the big thing is that this board is trying to create or revitalize and bring some dignity into the Midtown area. There are lots of contributing factors that don't help us a bit, convenience stores being one of them. And I don't know, it just gets frustrating with how hard we can work in trying to put things together. And along comes an application that is not in keeping with our vision of where we want to try to get to in the future. And where we're trying to get to in the future is a whole lot different than where it is right now. And there's nothing we can do about it except, voice our frustration. And I strongly support Mr. Ivy. That's all.
Any more comments or questions, board? Mr. Dowse, do you have something you need to say or want to say?
Certainly. My name is Mark Dowse. I'm the engineer for the applicant. Fine, thank you. How about yourself? Offices are located at 736 North Peninsula, and I appreciate the opportunity to be before you again. We did give a presentation last time, so I'm not going to belabor that and give that again. But some important questions were brought up, and I thought I'd try and answer them. First, starting with Mr. Ivy's questions. Talked about economic impact. I mean, currently we have a site which is boarded up. There's no business in it. It has chain link fence. It had graffiti till a little bit ago on the building. And what the applicants are proposing to do is facelift that building, give it a new look, put a business in there that functions every day, take down the chain link fences, landscape it, and bring it up to code. That's a very positive thing. I know last time at the last meeting when the officer was asked what he thought about, a convenience store opening it back up, he felt it was very positive. I think anytime you have any economic investment, I think that's an important thing. I've listened to what you've been saying about convenience stores, and I listened to the rest of the meeting, last month, and I understand your feelings there. And there's a process. I mean, you're in the master planning process, and eventually, when all those goals gel, I mean, there'll probably be changes that you'll make to the land development code. But for an applicant who comes before you, or any other board for that matter, he has to look to the laws that are currently on the books. I mean, it's very difficult to look and guess what people are going to do. So the way the laws are set up, we look to the laws that are on the books. Convenience stores are permitted use, and that's why, this application is before you. You mentioned a few other things like garbage. This is a small store, so the garbage is contained in the rollout cans stored between the building and the block fence. It's out of view. It doesn't justify a separate large dumpster, which dumpsters are kind of unsightly, but sometimes you need them. When you have a bigger store, you need to have dumpsters. In this case, because of the size, the rollout cans work just fine for us. As far as signage, there's 2 signage opportunities. Both of them have to meet code. You'll notice on the architectural elevations that were done, there was a mansard that was kind of a sloping, and it had like old shingles, and it had a red color, and that is being changed and made a little bit more contemporary, and it provides the signage location on the front. I can't tell you what it's going to say, right off the bat, but it has to meet the signage regulations of Daytona Beach. And there is a separate sign permit that's pulled, before that happens. Rear exit. When the building plans go through the building department, they'll address anything that deals with life safety, exiting, and so forth. Restrooms. There are restrooms in the building, and those will have to meet code too. One of the things that happens after it leaves this board, if you choose to approve it, is that it goes through building plan review. There's an occupational license. They check all the inside for code and so forth. Now, we have had the architect look at it and do a cursory review, and he didn't see any problems on the inside. Sure, there's things that are going to have to be straightened up, but basically the building is sound, and so we have that advanced knowledge. And that's one of the things I try and get when anyone's looking to invest within a building. Let's see all the things that might be required before you start this process. And so the architect was Brian Fredley, and he did go through the building as well as some of his staff, and so they felt that the building was in good condition, and of course it needs some work, but it's going to be a good store. Let's see, deliveries. Fortunately, this site has 2 driveways, so it's very easy for a delivery truck to actually make a delivery on this site. Some sites only have 1 driveway, and you get into a hard time turning around and so forth, but this one actually works out pretty good. And of course, it's a small store, so it doesn't have a lot of heavy deliveries. You asked a question about minimum square footage, and I didn't see anywhere in the code where they have a minimum square footage. I'm familiar with it.
I think that's one of the questions that we was addressing in one of our meetings on what is the minimum square footage when it comes to convenience stores.
Yeah.
And we never got that answer back, I don't think. Did we get that answer back in?
Yeah. I don't think there is a minimum square footage. I think that's the answer. Now, for certain multifamily uses in certain districts, sometimes there's a minimum square footage on those. I think what happens with convenience stores is they have to provide the requisite bathrooms, life safety, and so forth. And that really...
Have you ever been to any convenience store in Midtown?
No, I normally don't shop there.
Okay. So here's what I would like for you to do.
Mm-hmm. But I have been to a lot of convenience stores.
No. My question was, you answered it right the first time. Have you ever been to any convenience store in Midtown? And your answer was no. And that's exactly what we feel, I believe, as a board, when we sit back looking at trying to make a decision on bringing a convenience store in.
Sure.
I've and I got a couple other questions since you hammered. Are these the same owners that own that on that one on Mary McLeod?
They have an interest in that store, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the type of crime that has been presented up at that particular?
No, I have no personal knowledge of the crime records in that area.
Okay, that's some of the that's a crime-ridden store also. Mm-hmm. We had a command post over there probably more than 10 times. It's a drug haven also, and then now you're asking that we approve the same owners to come do the same thing over in another part of the community.
Sure. Well, what the police department asks for is compliance. They want to be...
No. We talking about the impact.
Yes.
Now, when it comes, I'm talking about what impact, and that's something that we have to look at. What impact will this convenience store have in our community? So when we're looking at impact, I'm going to address all of the issues,
Certainly.
whether it's safety, whether it's a health reason, whether it's a site issue, or anything. That's what we're supposed to review according to the guidelines that
Certainly.
I sit back and look at. So I'm asking these here questions because when we get information that come in to us, these questions are not answered.
Well, I think they are being answered. At the last meeting, the question was posed to the policeman who was here presenting, the one who is in charge.
Check this out.
Yes.
Anybody can make a statement. That was his opinion.
That is correct.
Right.
From the
So
police
therefore,
department.
but I'm not basing what he said. His opinion is not going to sway my decision when it comes to that part. And I'm not the one that's going to determine whether it goes in or not goes in.
Right.
But as a board member, I want the community to know what impact this particular store will have in that community. Because every convenience store, if you come in Midtown, a few of them, all they have is nuisance. All they do is sell beer, cigarettes, one at a time, this, that, the other, and it's not conducive for our neighborhoods. So it's a negative impact when you sit back and look at it from an overall standpoint. I'd rather have it sit there vacant. At least I don't have to worry about the nuisance. At least the people in that community don't have to worry about people standing around, beer cans all over the place. I look at the convenience store next to Thompson Funeral Home. You can't even hardly pull up there with the nuisance that one convenience store provided. If you go on Mary McLeod Bethune, if you go on MLK, I'm asking you to actually take a look. I'm not saying something that I'm just pulling up. I'm asking you to go look at the impact. Yeah, the pictures I think are beautiful, but when I'm sitting up here making a decision on this, I'm
Right.
looking at the total impact
I understand.
that it has. So that's
And I did say I didn't go in the stores, but I did go around and visit them, and I drove all around the neighborhood. No, seriously. And I do that every time I have an item wherever I work. I look at the neighborhood, and I look at the area.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I?
Could you hold on just a second, Mr. Dawson? Okay,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
he's still talking.
There's a few other questions that Mr. Ivy had, if I can finish those.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm
Okay.
listening.
You mentioned the health department, and the health department normally doesn't get involved in the site plan portion. However, it is a convenience store, and it has to go through the full permitting. So the health department looks at it. There are codes on how they conduct their businesses, and so they have to be compliant with all those codes.
Right. Now, when you get back, let's talk about the health department issues. On our last meeting, Madam Chair, the health department had some information in there that was crucial to what we're trying to do in our community. And even now the health department, I'll take their word over the police department, because the health department is concerned about all the health issues, what we're eating, the growth of our kids.
Certainly.
And that's an impact.
Right.
And the health department stated that it was a negative impact to put another convenience store in our community because they are not healthy. Now it's a difference. If I went up in Ormond and I looked at that Italian convenience store up there in Ormond on Granada, that's a real convenience store. It's clean. They serve healthy food. They have a bakery. They service their community. If you go on the beach side, all you will see probably is a 7-Eleven. They're not flooded with convenience stores. They're just not. Go on ISB outside of Midtown. You will not see a convenience store. So I don't understand. If you go anywhere in our communities, that's all we see. Thank God my kids say, we take them other places so they see other things going on. But for that kid that's not able to go and see something different, that's all they're going to think life is about. And it's not. And that's the impact that these convenience stores have in our community. And this is just my opinion. But if I look around, or you took a poll and drove around our city, it's just tired. I think we're getting tired of the detrimental businesses that are trying to come into our community. I want to be just like any other thriving community that I've seen revitalized.
Certainly.
And they were not revitalized with convenience stores. It just wasn't. But that's I'm on your next one.
You mentioned lighting, and it had like floodlights on it kind of before, but what's been in the new plan is they take the fascia and they put lights underneath the front of the building, and that's so it's, thoroughly lit up. That's the idea. It also keeps glare, because we don't want glare onto the neighbors, so it's important to have light that's effective, but also keep glare off the neighbors. You mentioned jobs, and in this case, I can't tell you it's going to generate a lot of jobs, because the people who are buying it to have their own store will probably be running it. It will be owner-occupied. Now, maybe if it gets to be very successful, they can hire people, but for certainly starting, they're going to be owner-occupied. When I started my business in '86, I was the sole employee when I started, But I'll tell you this. I'll tell you something about employees that run their own stores, or owners who run their own stores. They generally take a much better interest in it. They have, they're invested in it. They know that the better job that they do, the better their business is and the better their store is. So my experience has been that owner-occupied is typically, owner-occupied and run is typically better. But that's my opinion. I think that answered all your questions, so I'll go ahead and go on to any other questions you may have.
Denise, did you have some questions?
Based upon the minutes
Yes,
and
ma'am.
the audio tape, I think if we went back, I think it's only fair that the people that took the time to come to this meeting see who we are speaking of. I think the owner should come up there with their attorney. Please.
Well, hang on a second.
The next thing is,
Ma'am?
based on the minutes from the last meeting, the question was posed to the owners, what other stores did they own? And we were told that that was the only one. So, as the children would say, they told a story. But according to what I was told, a lie is a lie. And if you don't know what's happening in the stores, the police department raided that store. And I think we all know what boosters are, people that go out and steal merchandise from other stores, but they bring it to the hood, Midtown, and the business owners will give them cash for going out and steal, and they take that merchandise and put it in that store and mark it up 3 or 4 times higher. This is police documentation. And it's not just one store, it's all of them. You're going to get paid. They're going to open their store. But what we need you all to realize is that this board is not taking lightly that we have people that want to come and invest in our neighborhood and take all of their economical resources somewhere else and live the good, healthy life. They've never answered my question when it comes to health. We're working with the health department right now, and their main goal right now is to take out of the black neighborhood all of these convenient so-called grocery stores that offer beer, gut-wrenching, cheap wine, liquor, the cigarettes, all the utensils you need to smoke to get your mind altered, potato chips, all this 25-cent candy. Is no fresh produce, no fresh meat. If there's meat, we don't know how long it's been there. The conditions are horrid. You can drive by and look at a store that's painted well and lit well, but until you go in there and see what they're dumping in our communities, you really don't understand. So driving by doesn't give you the sight of what we deal with on a weekly basis. And I think as business owners, questions we asked last week that they did not answer, according to the their city attorney's letter in the minutes, audio or hard copy, you will see that basically they just want to get in and open their business and make their money and give us whatever's there. And, for them to sit there and not be honest about how many stores they actually own, and we're being told that they have invested their life savings, but we're being forced to approve something. It's a permitted use now. We had a reporter get up and tell us last week that he didn't think it was right that these people came here with their attorney and paid their money and had everything in order. But what newspaper reporters need to know that big phrases and highlighted statements sell newspapers and get people to read, and they get on the phone and gossip. But until community people come out here and voice their concern, there'll never be a change. And the change that the Midtown Redevelopment Board is trying to tell anyone that comes before us, and starting with staff, don't just assume we want it. We've taken so much of what we don't want that it's the norm for the city to assume that we're going to approve it. And if there's protocol to things, how can you have an action item? How can we approve something if we haven't talked about it? This is what we should have been doing last month, so that when you came back today, you could understand and answer those 8 questions that I asked that I never got answered.
Would you like me to try and respond?
No, because they're sitting right there, and I asked them to come up to the mic, but I guess that you're being paid, so they're going to let you handle all of, what they don't want to answer, because they can't answer it truthfully.
Ma'am, they politely got up here last month and did their best to answer all your questions.
They did their best, but they didn't answer. And the same questions I asked, Mr. Ivy is asking again. They may be termed differently, but it's the same question. And the one question I ask, becoming the 7th convenience store on Martin Luther King Boulevard, what is going to make your store so different from the other?
Unless you give them a chance to open, you'll never know. But it's
How
an
can we give them a
owner-occupied
chance?
business.
They should, hey, this is a site plan.
Yes.
They should know what they want to give us. They should go out in the neighborhood and take a survey and find out what the people need.
A couple of points. First of all, everything that they said last month on the record is true, okay? They didn't lie. Second of all, they don't steal from other stores to stock their stores, okay? That's that. They're going to do their best to run a good store. And that's, if you have a site plan comment, I'll try and answer them, but they don't want to stand up here again before you, If you have a question, I'll get the
I said they
answer.
buy merchandise that's been stolen. This is public document that you can
Well-
pull from the police department.
Okay.
Not just one store, 3 stores that have been raided for that same purpose. But you drive by, you don't go in, you don't see the little kids who have a $5 bill and get back $2 and some change for 1 can of corn. You don't go in the stores where the state says in Tallahassee, an item that is on a shelf, the price must be on the shelf or on each item. But they don't do that because they have this little thing, one day it's 50 cents, the next day it's 79 cents. And until you get out there and understand and park it and go in, and don't go buy a Coke and come out and just say, oh, it was operating, it was clean. Go in there and see how the customers are treated. Go in there and see the prices that people pay, because they know people don't have the means to get to the bigger stores that are 8 miles apart on Nova Road. I invite you. I'll ride with you. I'll go in with you. You go one way and I'll go the other. I bet we will have the same opinion. And you wonder why in our community, diabetes, high blood pressure, because of the things that people sell us in our neighborhoods. Junk. Take it or leave it. Pay the price or leave it. Okay. We're not hammering them because we don't want them to be business owners. We want them to be an asset to our community. That's the bottom line. And once again, I'm going to say to the city, you keep sending us stuff to be approved, but please let's have a discussion before it's put on the agenda as an action item. And even if you know it's coming up and it's in a meeting that none of us were there, call a meeting and let us look. This is what's coming before you, before we get in the meeting and it's continued. Because it's wasting our time and it has wasted theirs.
Ken had some comments.
Did I not see some comments in all this paperwork that responded to some of my questions last week? The comments by the owners of how they were going to operate?
I don't believe so. I mean, you have the minutes from, I guess, Okay.
It is not there?
There has not been any additional submissions since our meeting of last week.
Last month.
Okay. Thank you. MLK is, in our dreams perhaps, is to become a major retail business corridor. The location of this store is right in the middle of what we would like to see, the area that we would like to see improved. We really don't, this is, the feelings are that this is nothing but a future eyesore we got to clean up in order to get to the vision that we're trying to create. It's just frustrating. That's it.
Okay. Reed, you had something, you're looking at me, you had something to say?
Just comment on generally process. We bring action items to you when an applicant files for a site plan. It's not a 2-meeting or 3-meeting or 4-meeting. We look at a site plan. It is the time to discuss, is the time that we bring it forward to you. And you have an opportunity to ask the questions in the meeting. And if there are issues with what's in that site plan, that whether you agree with staff or not, you certainly can bring those issues up that you question in the site plan and what's in the code that says here are the things that you look at for a site plan, and we try as a staff to give you all of that outlined step by step, and what the answers are that we believe are the correct answers, and you can agree or disagree with us. You can agree or disagree with the applicant on that information, but it's there in black and white for you to help you make a decision on the site plan. A lot of this discussion is about what's very emotional to what this board's been talking about for a long time, and its vision. It's very important that we achieve some of those things with a plan, and we're still doing that, and we'll do that again later in this meeting. But we can't hold hostage people who come here who have every right to go through a process that's been set up by law, and we need to allow them to go forward. And this is...
Read.
May I?
Let him finish.
May I? And I appreciate
Not gonna do that in this
how we
meeting.
all feel about this. But for the people that are here now, they have a site plan. They've done everything that's been asked of them. Going back, so you know, staff has a process. It's a technical review process that we provide to an applicant before they come to you, just to go through all the technical issues, make sure they've answered or not answered all the questions, and then when we think where we're comfortable that they've done what they're supposed to do, we put it on an agenda and it comes here for action, and that's how that process works. And again, I just hope that tonight that we can make a decision based on the site plan for or against this particular site plan. The use is permitted.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Now read. Like you say, it goes before a technical review team, right? So if that technical review team from staff comes up with the issue, they'll say, okay, we need to see this on this particular site plan or whatever. So they're not going to correct that day. They're going to go back and correct whatever staff thinks needs to be corrected. So if staff can sit up and make a comment to an applicant whenever, however, to go do this here, it may go through the board smoother if you have this, that, or whatever. They have to go, whether they come back 5, 6, 1, 2, or 10 times until they're satisfied by staff then y'all send it forward to the redevelopment boards. Now, we at the redevelopment board stage. We got questions. We don't have to rush to make a decision because staff had some questions that got asked and took their time. We had a right as a board to sit back and ask the same questions to make sure it's done, like you say, within the laws or whatever the case may be. But we can come back, just like I had 8 questions tonight. But I want to see answered prior to me even making an approval. What's the difference?
The difference is whether or not the questions that you have are relevant to the approval of a site plan according to the code.
And if I'm questioning the impact, and part of the redevelopment board is to question the impact that anything will have on our community, because we're a redevelopment community. So therefore, if I got questions that I want answered dealing with the impact that it will have in my community, then guess what? I'm going to ask them, and I want to get them answered. Now, I don't care if it takes 1 meeting, 2 meetings, or 5 meetings. Until those questions are satisfied to my mental state, then I'm going to continue to ask those questions. So you can't sit here and say that we have to do it because the questions are not answered correctly if I'm dealing with the impact that it will have on this community. And right now, I'm dealing with the negative side of the impacts that it will have on this community. So we don't rush anything downtown. We don't rush anything on Main Street. I just looked at the meeting today from the planning board where they done had somebody coming back with an Irish pub over 4 or 5 times. So what's the difference in Midtown asking a question and trying to get a decent answer than downtown somebody? Y'all don't make them make no decision right away. I wasn't going to try to get into this tonight, but since we go in that direction, we'll continue to go down this path and get it straight tonight on dealing with Midtown. Because Midtown is going to make a change. And there's no reflection on you, Mr. Dowse, but when I sit back and look at the stuff that we get, that's not in order, it's a problem. And it's been a problem in our community for years, where staff, number one, we don't even have the right people reviewing our stuff that needs to come to Midtown, because it's just shoved down. You can go back and look at every tape that they have right now, and look at the minutes, and look how things are manipulated to come through our community, and we be a dumping ground.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I agree with everybody saying, but right now we're dealing with this site plan, okay? And I know this get heated, but we got to come back to the point, and the point is the site plan.
And the site plan, Madam Chair, that we're dealing with has a negative impact on our community. That's the point that I'm trying to say. Dealing with it. Don't say that just because the plan might look good, that's all we have to look at. If you pull the record, if I'm wrong, then I don't have a problem with you telling me that I'm wrong. But when I have to sit back and look at what impact will this have on this community, I have a right to ask questions.
Yes, you do.
And they have a right to answer, because that's a part of the site plan review process dealing with Midtown. We are a redevelopment area. We are a Midtown enterprise zone. So guess what? It's not business as usual like in the city. We have certain requirements that we want to revitalize our community. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So if he can't answer the questions that I'm asking when I'm dealing with the impact portion of this particular site plan, and not just this site plan, any site plan, when we're dealing with the impact, one of the things the comprehensive land plan tells us is what impact would it have on our community. And that's something that they can't get past, the impact portion of it. But we can do whatever, Madam Chair, because like you say, whatever the board decides, I'm only one vote.
Yes. Mr. Dowse, do you have any other?
No, not unless you have any other questions, ma'am.
Does anyone have any other questions on Mr. Dowse? Okay, Charles.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say to the board, I understand the frustration that you have over convenience stores. I know we discussed this. We do have a plan that we're trying to put together, but right now, this is a different case. It's not governed by what we're going to be doing in the future. We talked about having a workshop that talks about convenient stores in the future. We postponed the one this month because a lot of board members was out. This is something that we need to do in a workshop in order to make sure that we have what we want going forward in our plan. But I'm asking the board to address this issue tonight, either vote it up or vote it down. Either if you don't want it, I understand that, but just vote. Please, let's bring it to a vote and give them the opportunity to go through the appeal process if that's what they so choose to do. But I'm asking the board tonight to look at what we have in front of us. As a staff member, I'm trying to provide the information to you based upon what the law says and what we are governing about at this time, not what we're going to be looking at in the future. We need to make some changes to make sure that what we want going forward in our plan is addressed, and we need to do that. I have on my schedule tonight to ask when we could do the convenience store workshop. We got a lot of workshops that we need to do. I'm willing to spend the time to put these workshops together to try to make sure that we make an impact on this community. When I get to the point I can retire, I want to look back and say, not only did I work for the city of Daytona Beach, I made some improvements in the Daytona Beach. I invested in Daytona Beach. I'm making a monthly mortgage payment on the house I live in Daytona Beach. And I want to make sure that I don't live in Midtown, but I want to leave the city and say, well, I retired and didn't make an impact on the people that surround this area. I got to live with these people. I think everybody in the community probably know me or my wife. So when I do decide to retire, I want to make it known that either myself and my wife did make an impact on this community. So please tonight, take a look at what you're looking at firsthand. There's nothing we can do about what was done in the past. These were people that said, like you did before, years ago, they made these rules, they made the regulations. We have to live by them until we're able to change them. I'm asking you to go ahead, look at this, vote it up or down tonight, then let's come back, set a date where we can discuss some of the items, do the things that we can make a difference in and making some of the changes.
Mr. Bryant, not one, while we was doing our site review, our master plan workshop, and this is what gets me that I have a problem with. Not one time since it started, because then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Not one time have we seen any one of those owners come into our workshop or come down to the city to see what this community needs, or even ask what type of impact would they have on our community. Hey, what would be nice in our community when we're looking at the impact? But, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Attorney, what type of motion do you, how does the motion need to be worded for this particular site plan approval, for we won't keep beating a dead horse to death? So, like I say, it's another process that he can go to. If he make it, fine. If he don't make it, fine. It's still another process. What type of motion needs to be made in order that we can move forward?
We formed them in the positive, so it would be a motion to approve DEV 2011-043 site plan approval.
I need a motion to approve this site plan.
Madam Chair, in this discussion, do we or are we allowed to hear from the public for public comments on this matter?
Not to the end of the meeting.
And check, maybe make a exception to policy, because this is a very crucial issue in our community, and whether we vote yes or no, if there's anyone in the audience, can we at least give them 3 minutes to speak so we can make a decision, and for we don't have Mr. Dowse and his clients waiting for their know what step they need to go to, because I think we all are dealing with the public.
Is that something we can do?
Is that something that we can do?
It's the chair's discretion.
Throw it in mine.
I would ask the chair that before we do that, that we get a motion from the board. We don't have to vote on it, but we get a motion, we get a second, then we have a discussion on it, and then come back and vote on it. Is that right procedure? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay?
okay. So we need to.
But it have to be in the positive, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, you need a motion stating that.
To approve.
Madam Chairman.
It still has to be voted on. You have to make a motion to approve it. We get a second,
Second.
we have the discussion, then we come back and you can vote yes or no.
Madam Chairman, just to move the meeting on, I make a motion that. What was the motion?
We approve.
Yeah, we approve. Come on, Patricia. That we
A motion to approve DEV
No.
2011.
I make a motion to approve action item Development 2011-043 site plan approval for the records.
Second.
Okay, I have approval and a second.
Discussion.
Is there any?
You can have public
Okay.
participation.
Now, we're going to have some public participation. We're not going to go all night because we got a big schedule, so if somebody wants to speak on this.
Marjorie Johnson, 122 South Keach Street. I'm here tonight. I feel that this is America and that free enterprise is the law of the land. I'm concerned that this board is rejecting and coming up with a lot of excuses and complaints. These people haven't done any of those things that you all are talking about. They haven't bought any products from anywhere. They don't have to be punished for what someone else did. And all these ifs and ands, you know. And you talk about, you have a lot of convenience stores, but you have a lot of churches, and they're popping up everywhere. They're sapping the money from the people, and they put it in the bank on Monday. And you don't complain about those churches that are popping up everywhere. And I don't have a problem with the churches popping up. I really don't. Because, you know, we have a need for these churches. And we also have a need for this convenience store. I would like to have the opportunity to go there and patronize this store. And I think that these people should be given a chance to come in and set up their business and not be criticized and badgered by this board. I really take issue with you people on this. I feel that this is a convenience store, is a permitted use, and according to the Land Development Code, I think that it should be approved. And I am for this because enterprise is something that we need in our communities. And I would like to see more black businesses open up. We have a business over here, Busy Bee. Nobody's in it, empty every day. I went there and patronized it 3 times. And I took people there. Now the business is at a standstill. Let's open up our own businesses. Let's create some jobs for ourselves. Let's not depend on everybody to do everything for us. Let's approve this store. I am definitely for it.
Anyone else with comment?
Madam Chair, Board, Omar Brown, 218 Carl Brinkley Circle, Daytona Beach, Florida. Proud to have moved to the Midtown area from Port Orange. I'm representing Midtown Eco Village, and I'm a citizen now of the area, and I'm just quite concerned about the lack of healthy fruits and vegetables in our community. None of the convenience stores provide this. My wife and I have been advocating for healthy lifestyles and environmental sustainability since we got here about 6 months ago. And we've been to 5 redevelopment meetings. We missed the first one when we moved here. We've also been to redevelopment planning board meetings. And we feel like we're the new blood, we're younger people in the community, and we have a voice, and we want what we want. And, I see nothing wrong with the board saying, hey, let's take a look at this. Our community has between, I don't know if it's Orange and International Speedway, 5 convenience stores. I mean, these gentlemen, there's nothing wrong with owning an establishment and owning a business, but you have to put your finger on the pulse of the community and find out what the community needs. Just go out there and talk to people. We need fresh fruits and vegetables. I've lived in other cities, and there are convenience stores in the hood. However, when the community tells these convenience stores that, hey, we need healthy foods, you'll find healthy convenience stores in the community. And, I have nothing against these gentlemen for, their entrepreneurial endeavors, but it's just something that's needed. We wanted to open our own for-profit business, but we felt we were new to the area, so we knew nothing about Midtown. So what we're doing now, we're volunteering. We're finding out what the community needs, and we're trying to provide that to the community. So I would suggest that these gentlemen, that they find out what the community needs. They get with people who are, engaged with the community, and, make a decision after that. I spoke to Mr. Dowse outside at the last community meeting, and I told him that, we're advocating healthy foods. You can possibly get healthy foods, in these stores, but I don't think that the owners, are, I don't know if they know how to go about doing that. But I'm just a young citizen who is for advocating healthy foods for our people, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Put the clock on.
Good evening.
Hello.
I'm Donna Cooper, 427 Ellsworth Street, Daytona Beach, Florida. I vote no for these community stores. And the reason I vote no for these community stores is because it does not provide fresh food. And on top of that, they say that they're going to provide us with the stuff that we need. But to me, it start out as a store and end up what? A drug haven. And it's not only that the people on the street, they're providers of the drugs themselves. Okay? Food stamps being spent on drugs in these areas, okay? So now, I vote no. And on top of that, you cannot get fresh food. I visited one of our main stores the other day, and they have these boxes where they say you can go and get a package for X amount of dollars, and all the food was rotten. And so I as ignorant as I am, I act just like that. Okay, because the food was bad, and people was telling me be quiet. How can I be quiet when I know that we're spending we get very little food stamps as it is? Then you're gonna go buy rotten food? No, I'm not with that. I am not with it. So it is no.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Board. Kathy Washington, 937 Lockhart Street. I have sat patiently listening to this, and I understand the fervor from the individuals on the board and the feelings against this particular project. I think you should be commended for going in to vote it up. If it passes, fantastic, but I have a problem. My understanding is that this building, which was originally a laundromat, which has no back entrance, and we know that every dwelling should have a front and a back entrance, and according to the future land map element, this is for office transition. I have issues with this, and I think before the final vote is done, those things should be clarified.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Gwen Asmat was 104 Water Turkey Court. Actually, before I heard Kathy's comments, what I was prepared to say to you is the fact that what has been happening in terms of your board is that you have been speaking out in terms of those changes that you want to see take place in the community, those things that you want to see prohibited, but you haven't been listened to. And that was something that was voiced at the visioning committee that met recently, because it has been an issue that you have been bringing forward time and time again, that these are prohibitive uses that you want to ensure that staff and others see it as that, and that they move forward to ensure that they don't continue to come and become a part of the neighborhood. The problem is that you've got individuals then who have, in line with what is approved and what is already on the books, have already moved forward to put in place the fact, and following all of the laws that are there, to try to get something in place that is allowed. Now, your problem is that, again, nobody has been listening to the fact that this is not something that you want. Their problem is that it's not in the books that that's not something that you want, and neither is it prohibited. So the problem is that it's got to be, I think, put in place that you have, get approval from the commission to have a moratorium on any additional prohibited, what you prefer to have as prohibitive uses, until your master plan is put into place. And from what I gather, that won't even be considered until January of 2012. In the meantime, the LDC is moving forward, and you're still trying to be listened to. So you've got a lot of time frame issues. You've got a lot of things that are going to be taking place over the next few months that are going to be, again, contrary to what it is that you want to see happen in your community, contrary to what you want to see and will be, hopefully, a part of the master plan and a part of the LDC. But again, that time frame is going to be filled up with some stuff like this stuff that you don't want. So one thing that needs to happen then is that the commission needs to take up for you a moratorium until some decision and some action can be taken that will make these things a prohibitive use. The problem in the meantime is that you got someone who's followed through on everything that's required. And though there are things that you want, like what has been mentioned by Kathy, you want to make sure that those things are done. The unfortunate side of it is that if they end up having to appeal, they will probably win. But what you want to make sure of is that if they win, that those things that are key and important to you that need to be changed, the things that she has mentioned, the things that you want to make sure that they not have outdated products, that they not have unhealthy products, etc., if they're willing to work with you on that, and hopefully they will be, and hopefully you'll get that understanding. It's not something you can require, but hopefully through their attorneys and others, they can agree to work with you if they want to be good community partners. You know, they want to be good community partners because they're there to make money. And, you know, there's some things that people in the community can do to kind of almost ensure that they don't sell anything. I'm not saying that, but you can. So, you know, it's a partnership that can be, I think, put in place. So, again, a moratorium is needed, working with them to make sure that they do what you want to see done, and that you don't get any more of that in your neighborhood, and making sure that those things that Kathy has mentioned too, which has been brought forward, and those things that have been mentioned by your members also are done. But again, a moratorium is going to be key as you move forward with your master plan and with the LDC, and making sure that you guys, your issues are being listened to. That's key and important, and that it's incorporated in the master plan. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
Martin Tooley, 640 Marion Street, Daytona Beach, Florida. To the board and all of you here tonight, the site plan granted deals with the physical edifice that you're dealing with and what it's going to be used for. We understand that. My question is, when is it dealt with the futuristic impacts that are going to be happening in the community as a result of the approval of that site plan? When is that dealt with? Where is that dealt with? I applaud the board for standing up and saying, look, we don't want certain things to happen. The dichotomy here, though, is that they've met all the requirements that are now on the books. Okay? Now, here's where your impact comes. Now we need to put together something so that things like this do not continue to be perpetuated in the African American community, be it Midtown or in any other part of our communities. Now, I agree with you 150%. I don't particularly care to have it there. But they've met the requirements. If they're going to beautify the area there, fine. They've met the requirements. So by law, yes. But we all know that there comes a point where you got to go beyond the letter of the law and begin to get into the spirit of the law. And then you have to deal with certain things that we're talking about tonight. The idea that you all are looking beyond what's here right now is sensational. Yes, people have talked about some everything that you all are doing. And until they come and sit and listen to what's being said, they don't need to talk. Amen. But I want you to know that I go on record, yes, they might have met the site plan, but I'm going to be one that makes sure that if they get there, it's not going to be like it is with business as usual. It's going to have to be run correctly and effectively and efficiently. And just so that everybody knows, yes, I do have the police department on speed dial.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Samuel Butts, 1131 Barber Drive, Daytona Beach. I have a question for Mr. Berger. If this commission, this board, votes no tonight, will they have any power to stop this process?
No, if the vote is no, then the applicant has a right to appeal to the commission.
So they have no power, is what you're saying?
They have the power to make a decision about the site plan.
Okay. I would suggest to the board that there needs to be some type of amendment to the city charter to give you power. So when you say no, they will hear no. Now, I agree with you. Everything that you said, and specifically Mr. Ivy and Ms. McMillan. This is the last thing we need in our community, especially if it's going to be ran like the other ones are being ran. I know some that are being cleaned up. I know some that are doing better. In full disclosure, one of my members owns a convenience store on MLK. If you clean the person up, they'll clean the store up. That's why churches are so important in our community. Since it was so eloquently put that all preachers do is take money on Monday and put it in the bank, I think I need to address that because I am a preacher. And I have a saying at our church, and the saying goes like this: it's time out for letting the worst of us represent the rest of us.
Amen. And I gotta say amen to that.
So, let us see if we can get you some help. Let us see if we can get you some power. So when you say no, they'll hear no. And not just from the city, but from the community. Let us educate the people. You can start at 636 Hawk Street, that's Miracle Temple, anytime you want to come, to educate the people that you don't have to force somebody to take your money. Believe it or not, statistically speaking, 2020 did a documentary a couple of years ago. We put poor people We put over $500 billion into this nation's economy every year, but only 2% of it ever come back to our communities. 2%. So if it's only 2%, then who's keeping all of these convenience stores open? Is it the ma and pa that's been in their homes for 3 and 4 generations? Maybe, maybe not. But is it Ray Ray and Shaniqua who won't go out and get a real job and become a real pharmacist? Are they keeping these stores open? That's a question. I live on Barbie Drive. But yes, I buy stuff out of these convenience stores in Zone 6 because our church is in Zone 6. There's a convenience store on Orange Avenue. It's sad that you have to pay $3.25 for a 6-ounce can of Campbell's soup. Almost $5 for a loaf of bread. Almost $5 for some orange juice that's outdated. And to get some saltine crackers that are stale. And not only that, but they watch you when you come in the store with your own money. It's time to educate the people. You don't have to force anybody to take your money. It is a free market. If you've gone through the law, you've gone through the process to do what you need to do, you did it. The law is on your side. But that does not mean that I have to come into your store and buy what you put up for sale. It's time out for letting the worst of us represent the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Camille Holder Brown, 218 Carl Brinkley Circle. I just wanted to say that, gentlemen, if you want to open up a convenience store that serves chips that don't have hydrogenated oils in it, if you want to serve drinks that don't have any high fructose corn syrup and red number 40 and yellow number 5 and all the poisons that our children are getting on their way after school and thinking it's food, sausages with nitrates and nitrites. I have a whole book on chemical sensitivity. And what I'm doing through our nonprofit, Midtown Eco Village, is educating people about the poisons that we've been putting into our body to make the connection to how it's affecting our health. So I would love to loan you that book. I would love to tell you what types of products and what distributors make those products. I don't know if you're going to make the type of money that you want to make, because it's going to be a transition time as people get educated and learn to purchase these things. But I personally would boycott any other store that comes in and serves poison to the children that I'm trying to get to drink green smoothies and that are loving eating raw kale salads at the Cypress Aquatic Center on Mondays and Wednesdays. Okay? So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson and Board, Reverend Victor Gooden, 640 Dr. Miriam McLeod Bethune Boulevard. My concern is for the juxtaposition or the quandary that you are in right now, because you're in one. I know what you want to do, and I too agree with what you want to do, and I'm willing to help you to do what you want to do, because you want to set some standards. People who don't stand for something will fall for anything. And so you want to set some standards so that when people come into our community, that there are rules, that there are guidelines. But the rules in Midtown have to be different than the rules anywhere else. Because when we look at a specific geography, the people who live in this area have to be taken and not alienated, but looked at to the point that we understand certain rules apply with us that may not apply somewhere else. For an example, you've done your research. We know how many convenience stores are in this small plot of land. We already know this. So to add another convenience store is to add injury to insult. And we realize what position you're in. But at the same time, legally, we also realize that if this is turned down, that this business venture, they do have a right to appeal through the city commission, because that was put on the books. So what I would say to you tonight is, in your decision process, make sure that if the door opens and something gets in one time, when you close the door, make sure it's closed for the next time that something else doesn't get in. And to set these rules in order and to send it through, because we're fighting to get that money for you, for this board that we need. I have members that live in this zone, and we're fighting. And Commissioner Cassandra Reynolds said it, and I quoted, she said, the $1 million she asked for was not a frivolous amount for Midtown. And so you got some of us who are behind you. We know you're fighting against laws and different things, but in order for changes to take place, you have to take changes at the top. City Commission, and even if you deny it and they go to circuit court, it's going to come right back to the City Commission because of the appeal process that's set in by law. And that was set in months ago at a City Commission meeting. Some of you were there when this particular thing was approved. So my prayers with you as you do your deliberation for what you do. But remember, just because one got through the door doesn't mean the door got to stay open. And you all can shut that door. You can shut that door clear by appearing on the agenda, asked to appear on the agenda of the next City Commission meeting. That the idea that Gwen Asma Edwards had to you about a moratorium, you want some kind of temporary fix into this land development code thing, can be approved in January. Moratoriums always do it. Get your temporary fix. Some of us will be right there to speak up with you and to stand behind you. You're doing a good job, and we appreciate the job that you're doing. But let's not punish someone else in the process, because law does go up front. And even though we may not want this because of the law in the books, there may not be a choice now, but there can be a choice later. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any more speakers? Personally, and speaking for the board, I'd like to thank you all for speaking. And there was a lot of words of wisdom in all of your talks, and I really do appreciate that. We do work very hard. Even some people may not believe that we work very hard on this board. And this board is not a second Tuesday board. We work 7 days a week on this. So it's, we are always working and trying to get things better for our community. I live in the community, most of us live in the community, and we want better. And I do agree that, you need to watch where you spend your money sometimes. So I thank you again for your comments, whether they were negative or whether they was positive. We take them all in and we listen, because you can get something from anything and anybody, so we just got to keep moving on, and we're going to keep on going. Okay. Now go ahead, board. Do you all have any more comments to this? We need to wrap this up, guys, because we got some other things going.
Madam Chair, we meet once a month. But, Madam Chair, if we go back and our job is to review the site plan, and I think I did mention when I'm reviewing the site plan that there was no exit, no rear exit door on this particular building.
Yeah. I
think I caught that because that's why I have said when we're doing our discussion, we stick to the reviewing the site plan as well as the impact that it has. So the site plan is not ready because it's not up to code. Since we're reviewing what we have to do.
Okay, but we do have a motion on the floor.
Well, can I make a motion? Well, wait a minute. Can we how you back a motion up?
Somebody needs to rescind their original, and whoever made the second as well.
Okay, so I can rescind my second so I can make this right.
And who made the original?
Ms. Hurd.
No.
Okay, he's
Well,
withdrawing
I'm
his second.
asking, and before we do that, I'm asking that because when we sitting here looking at the site plan, okay, since staff didn't catch it, but I did catch it on my review, that the building didn't have a rear exit door to it. And when I looked at all the pictures, the only pictures that were shown in the packet that we have was just front door pictures. If you look at the site plan, there is a front door, because they're changing it to a double door, I believe. If you look at it, it shows a front door on it. And this comes from an architect, so that means an architect or somebody had to go out there and look at the building, because a normal architect would turn around and put a rear exit or another side exit on that particular door. Am I correct, Ken? I mean, on the building?
Maybe.
If it was one there?
Maybe.
Okay. So, at this point in time, Madam Chair, I'd like to rescind my second to the motion.
Pat, are you going to rescind your second? Okay, you did the motion.
No, she did the motion.
Okay, so you rescinded your motion, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then
Because I would like the motion to have the site plan corrected and then come back to us.
Second.
Mr. Dowse, would you like to address that?
Well, first of all, the site plan was reviewed, and they say it meets all requirements of
No,
the
they
Land
missed
Development
it.
Code.
I think they missed it.
The building review is done at the building permit stage. If code requires a second exit, it will be required. But it is not part of the site. The site plan review was complete, and staff has indicated to you that it met all requirements.
I believe the staff can make a mistake, and I'm not saying that they won't catch it up there. But I would like for that to come back. If it goes to staff, then put it to me in writing, and then send it back to us that it will be implemented. It will be put on the site plan review.
If you're suggesting another continuance,
If I choose to do a continuance, I'll make a motion that I continue this here site plan based on whatever I think.
okay. Well, again, we would ask that you not continue. We would ask that you voted up or down.
He's asking a question, and I am concerned myself. Living in Midtown, there's not a back door or another door to exit in that neighborhood. So we need to have a site plan to know that there is a door, not that it has been approved by the staff.
But if a door is required, if it goes to the building department for review and they say a door is required, a door will be placed.
Well, will you contact us and let us know? That's the only thing he's asking, that it be in writing.
Certainly. If you want to know if the building department, when it gets to the building department, wants a door, certainly.
Madam Chair, I'm going to say it like this. I'm not prepared to vote on a site plan that has problems with it. Because what'll happen is, like anything else, it'll come back to us, oh, well, staff just let them did this, or oh, staff just let them did that, and we have nothing to fall back on. So since we know that they have to go by the law, then bring it to us the correct way. And then maybe it'll get approved or it won't get approved. But if it come back the right way, based on what we supposed to be doing, then that's what they can do.
I have no problem with a condition that if the building department requires a rear door will be added. I honestly don't know if code would require it at this point, but.
Yes, there is
May I?
Yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You're in an area where there's a size, and then there's a travel distance. There are retail establishments that are permitted to have a single means of egress.
Right. Normally it's 50
It
feet.
deals with the area of the store and the distance from the furthest corner to that door, the travel distance. And if you had a condition that in order to, well, what we just said, if You're going to put it, if the building department requires a door, you're going to put the door in.
That's right. We don't have any problem with that.
I know when Bethune-Cookman was doing their building, the board had a concern about the fence that was around it. It didn't have a gate exit on the side. What the board did was approve that site plan based upon the condition that they did have an exit gate placed there in case of an emergency. I would like to see, I know Mr. Ivey has...
And it's not there yet.
Well...
It's not there yet, and that's what I'm saying. We do things with conditions, okay? Just like on the nursing center, we are only in the nursing in our community is one side that has a fence, a brown fence on the back of it, and that's over on the nursing center that's in Midtown. But if you go around everywhere else, they had the correct wrought iron gates. That was a condition. It still hasn't been fixed yet. So we saying, if we don't have it correct now and we pass it, then it's not going to get done. Okay? And that's what happens in our community. But now, if we're going to sit back and say, okay, well, let's condition this here based on this, that, and the other, I would ask staff to make sure that the things are done correctly, because this is a sewer to this community. Okay? And I think Mr. Giles knows that, and the community knows that. But if we need to make a motion, Madam Chair, and put a condition on it, then we make the motion, we vote yes or no, and we go and we move on. And then that way he can go to the next process, and we'll deal with the next item on the agenda.
Okay.
So,
You
Madam,
wanna make a
I make
motion?
a motion that we approve this site plan with the condition that a rear door be, if needed, be put on the
In a
building.
timely fashion or something. Give them a time frame, I would suggest, maybe.
We go through the TRT.
Okay. Or before occupancy or something like that. You know, they say that you have to have the back door. We want it in a timely fashion, not, next year sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
If code requires a door,
Mhm.
they'll not give us a certificate
Yeah.
of occupancy until that door is installed.
Okay.
But at the same time, I would like it be made known to the TRT that this is something that the board is requesting, because they have a feel for safety for that. And this is something that they're requested as part of their review, that a door be added regardless.
I'm not sure that that's, the condition was,
I mean, as a part of condition, if it's required.
okay.
Yeah, if it's required.
And it is required, because we fought that battle a couple of years ago about back doors anyway. Anyway, okay, restate your motion one more time for me.
Madam
So
Chair, I make a
everybody's
motion
clear.
that we approve, just a minute.
What are you looking for?
DEV 2011-043.
I make a motion that we approve.
Speak up louder.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve DEV 2011-043 site plan approval with condition for a rear door be added should, is it staff or engineers? TRT or code requires it.
Okay.
So move.
Okay. I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor of the
Madam Chair, one other question before we do this. Can we do a, what they call a vote? Roll call vote.
You all think we need a roll call vote?
I think we do.
All right. Let's have a roll call vote. Go ahead. Who has a question?
No, I'm just telling her to call the roll.
Oh, okay.
Doing a roll call.
No.
No.
Ponder,
Yes.
Ivy,
No.
No.
McGee.
McGee.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, what's the tally? Okay. Yeah.
4-2, no.
Okay. So the approval fails.
Motion fails by a vote of 2 to 4.
Yep.
Now they can go through the appeals process, am I correct? Okay, now
Yeah.
they can go through the appeals process, all right.
No, they're gonna go to the appeals, they go to city commission.
Okay, let the city commission.
Oh, man. Okay, on to the next. Okay, action item 6, DEV 2011-069, conceptual review, Sycamore RPUD. Take over to me. I gotta go to the bathroom. Chuck, huh? No, I think. Charles, Ms. Ives is going to take over the meeting. You can explain. I'm going to the bathroom.
I think so. Charles, are you going to read the report on this?
This is item number 6, site plan DV 2011-069, 925 Sycamore is the address that TRT gave it. It's actually, location is 917 Sycamore Street. This is a request of review the conceptual site plan as required by Article 4, Section 8.2C of the Land Development Code. 925 Sycamore is an existing 10-unit multifamily development in the Midtown redevelopment area. The project is located in mid-block on Sycamore Street between Fremont and Shady Place. The project site has not been occupied in more than 3 months. To reoccupy the site, the project is required to undergo the site plan review process and comply with all current Land Development Code LDC regulations. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the site with 10 residential units. This particular item has went through the technical review process. I think you do have attached some of the comments that were a part of this technical review process, and some of the statements that were made by the review team that made those comments. I know the applicant is here tonight to address any comments that you might have, but if you would please note in the comments that we received from the TRT committee that. And also, I want to recognize that I know we do have some residents from that area that are here tonight also that might want to speak on this particular item if they are allowed to. This is this particular item request has some comprehensive plans, future land use designation that has to be revisited and changed for this particular site to be approved. In the comments, if you look up on the planner C. Thomas Wennemar, one of the comments that he made is that This site would not be consistent with the comprehensive plan to change the land use to allow the density to remain or increase. Staff is not likely to support an amendment to the future land designation to allow the current density or an increase of the density to be approved. Another comment in the TRT was made by another planner, Dennis Mozak. He said that to reestablish the use of this site, a land use change would be required to allow for the proposed density. The current FLU, which flow level in this case is level 1 residential, which allows a maximum of 8 dwellings units per acre. The current density is approximately 19 units per acre. At this point, staff is not likely to support the reestablishing this use with the density in this location. Staff would be available to support conversion of the site to 6 units approximately with upgrade site development treatments. More information was provided at the TRT by staff. I was also on that the TRT review at one of the meetings, and I too support it being returned as a 6-unit apartment complex versus a 10. The applicant is here tonight to address his concerns. If he would like to come forward at this time, I ask the board to listen to him.
Charles, no, let me hold that. Question. Again, I see this as an action item. Is this an action item, or are we going to have a discussion?
This is a concept review, so you just provide comments. There's no approval needed. It's just to get this board's feedback.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not asking for a vote on something tonight that's coming before us for the first time. So, so we basically a conception.
Mr. Ivey, good evening.
How you
Board
doing?
members, I'm good, sir. My name is Jim Morris. My address is 420 South Nova Road in Daytona Beach. And I listened carefully to your previous item. So let me start with your question, which is action item. This project doesn't really fit a specific slot in the process that you have as a board. So the staff labeled it as an action item. But the reason that I'm here tonight is to seek your guidance and your opinion as to what would be appropriate for this property. And that said, I'm going to make some comments, but let me say to you, and when the chairman comes back, if you would relate to her, I know there are neighbors here, many of the folks I know that live in the vicinity of the property are here. And I would ask that you give them the opportunity to speak when the process allows it, because their input and guidance is important to me and in what I pursue, because my intention on behalf of my clients is to do things that are consistent with the neighborhood. So my specific purpose to be here with you tonight is to have you consider the problem, consider the possible solutions, and then offer some perception as to a couple of things. One would be whether or not the use should be allowed to be reinstituted as more than one family. The property, as noted in the report, is a 10-unit apartment building. It's been there for a long time, but it's also been abandoned. And the significance of the 3-month period is that when you have a use which is non-conforming, and this is because it's multifamily in a single-family area, if you discontinue that use for 3 months or more, you can't restart it unless you get the proper approvals from the city to do it. Because of the way the comprehensive plan reads, it can't be restarted without a plan amendment. So I have to go through that process. And I know that the staff, and this process started before Mr. Wedmore, who made one of the comments, was on the staff position, said to come to your board and seek guidance from you as to what you would find to be appropriate. I think probably a part of how you'll find things to be appropriate or not is dependent upon the opinion of the neighbors. And so, Mr. Ivey, I'm going to take just a moment. Chairman, while you were out, I asked Mr. Ivey, as the acting chairman, when the turn or the time comes that the neighbors could speak. I want those neighbors to speak because I'm here to get a consensus opinion from the board as well as the neighborhood, and I know they'll express their opinions to you. And there was some reference to the staff report, and I want to go to a couple of things there, and I'm going to come back. First are Mr. Weddimore's comments. As I said, he is new on the job. And let me say this about planning. Planning tries to deal in consistent blankets of things. But you know, from living where you live, I was born here and I've seen this community change, that you don't find a blanket consistency of how things are. You find different uses. And so planning doesn't really deal very well with inconsistencies. So in the instance here, this property is, no question about it, inconsistent with the single-family homes in the neighborhood. There's also no question about it that it's physically sound, and it's there presently vacant, and it's sealed up. I've been to it, been through it, and it's a piece of land that when you talk about 19 units per acre, that I think is somewhat misleading in terms of what you'd envision. If you multiplied it out by acreage, I guess it would be that. But it's a 10-unit building, and the staff has said in order for it to be reused, the staff would think that it has to be reduced somewhat in its size. Mr. Morozic's comments were 6. And I was talking to Mr. Huger when he came in. I'm not going to try to speak for him, but I know they have some opinions. People that live on the street have opinions regarding what they think it ought to be. But what I'm here seeking from you tonight is some guidance as to what the appropriate number would be. And if you think there is an appropriate number that is more than 1, I'm going to go through a comprehensive plan amendment. I think that that will come back to you. And if I understand your process correctly, the final site plan for this project will also come back to you. So when I first came to the staff, I had a site plan submitted. They've made comments. You see those comments. There isn't any effort at this moment to resolve those comments. We're going to look at the plan with your input and make a submission to the city. And the city's going to talk about landscaping. They're going to talk about parking. They're going to talk about numbers of units. They're going to talk about improving the appearance of the building itself, which, you know, my recollection is it doesn't even seem to be painted. I think probably has some paint on it, but it's worn. And then from the standpoint of the comments that y'all had about the community and revitalization, certainly a place to live probably has more contribution to the community than a place that's vacant. I guess it also depends on who lives there. And so from a standpoint of the number of units that are there, that's a part of the consideration. From the side of the street that I'm on, representing the people that own the property, they're trying to find a buyer that will buy the property and use it for residential purposes, but it would be multifamily residential purposes. And my understanding of the ownership is that it's a finance company. They got the property back in foreclosure, and it's been sitting there vacant, and a real estate agent that's trying to sell the property contacted me to try and help through the process. But what I'm seeking this evening is your guidance. And so, Ms. McMillan, when you were talking about asking what you want, that's actually what I'm here to do. And there are neighbors here that want to speak. And what I'd like to do, if I could, is rather than belabor this and make you have a really long item, sit down, if the neighbors could speak, and I can have a minute or two to come back and answer any questions that might come up. However you decide it should be handled, Chairman. But that's the sum and substance of it. You see it, you see the staff comments. It's really a comp plan question. And if you see that there could be more than 1 unit, I have to go through a comp plan process. I've got to go through a zoning process through a PUD, which is going to deal with the building. It'll deal with landscaping. It'll deal with parking, all those things. And so you'll have that process to come back to you. It's not before you tonight. If you give guidance that there is some acceptable solution, I'm going to move forward and file those papers to move it, and then I'll be back to see you again, if I understand your process correctly. And then whether I understand it correctly or not, I'm not against coming back. So. All right. And if I could, Chairman, after the neighbors speak, if the board allows that, I'd like just a minute or two to come back.
Help
yes,
me
sir.
out, please.
Okay, Ken.
You have, we have a 10-unit building now?
The 10-unit building.
And what do they want to put on the property?
Well,
I'm sorry, 10-unit building.
The property owner would like as much as they can get. The neighborhood doesn't want as much as they can get. I'm here to seek your guidance to find some balance between those two objectives. And I'm not saying to average it between what the neighbors would say acceptable and what my clients want. I think the neighbors have some perspective. They're going to give it to you, and I want you to hear that, and I want to be able to react to that. Because I have talked to some folks in the neighborhood, but I haven't talked to everybody. So there's a multiple of opinions, and I think this is the place to get them, and that's why I suggest the process that I do.
Okay.
Is that acceptable, Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Board, do you have any questions for the attorney right at this time, or you want to wait and listen to?
I would like to wait. That's my neighborhood too, so I'll be speaking also. But I would like to hear the other neighbors.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
That's fine.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. We'd like to get some neighborhood input about this Sycamore.
Can we do 3 minutes?
Do you want
how to do it.
Well, time it. No, time it. Y'all got watches? Time it. Okay. Yeah.
Madam Chairman, Board, my name is John Huger, 922 Sycamore Street. It's a pleasure to sit on this side of the podium.
We want you back up here.
But we do constantly applaud you for the work that you're doing. So that we don't belabor the point and go as long as the previous case, I want to speak for the neighbors that are here this evening, if that's okay.
Sure.
We are sternly against this property returning to a 10-unit complex. This complex was built probably 60, 70 years ago.
Wow.
At that time, there were other apartments on that street. This street has been transformed to a single-family homes on that street. If this building was to return back to a 10-unit building, it probably could house more people in that 10-unit building that are in the homes that are in that street. The parking is not ample, and just as some of the things that were brought out about the convenience stores with an absent landowner, we feel that may occur with some of the type of tenants that may come there and have lived there in the past. Pertaining to Mr. Morris, who I know very well and respect quite a bit, I don't know prior to tonight what community person he came out and spoke to, but I don't think he's spoken to anyone on that street prior to tonight. If in the same context as the convenience stores, I think there needs to be some dialogue as to what the homeowners on that street would like to see, and it's definitely not a 10-unit building. We probably like to see as least as possible, just like the prospective owner would like to see as many as possible. So if you got any questions, I would like for the homeowners that are present tonight to please stand or raise your hand. There are about 3 or 4 other homeowners that are not here that have all, we can present you with a document that feel the same way as we do.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Ms. LaHaye? Oh, y'all, hold up. Mr. Abbott, go ahead, and then we'll go from there.
Mr. Huger, when we're looking at this, one of the questions I like, what would the community support?
I would think probably about 5 units, a maximum of 5 units. And again, now that is my opinion. If it's any less or any more, I would like for the other homeowners to say. But I think my opinion is that the maximum of 5.
When you stated that this was vacant for over 10 years, I drove down Sycamore, and it's, I think, how many residents you say currently on that street? It's all single family.
All single family.
At this point now, right?
2, 3,
8.
4, 5.
8 homes.
6 by 8.
It's 8 homes, and you're talking about bringing 10 apartments.
I'm asking for y'all to give us input, and you have, and certainly I'd like to hear from the other neighbors as well. I'm not arguing with John. And I've talked to Sophia at the Huger. And I talked to your brother this evening when we were sitting in there, so, but that was before you came in.
Okay, now, Mr. Morris. Now, wait a minute.
Like I
let's-
said
hold
before
up.
tonight.
Hold up. Hold up. Mr. Morris, this is the board's meeting. I don't allow that jumping up and carrying on now, so you sit down and listen like you said you was gonna do while the neighbors speak. We don't need no more from you right now. Okay, go ahead.
Questions?
That's all I have.
Denise, you got questions?
Considering you're going to take it, if it's approved, from 10 to 5, we're talking about converting the existing building to 5 units or removing part of the building, bringing it down to size?
That's, I can answer. I mean, if I had my preference, I would like to see the whole building torn down, if you're asking me. And I guess you are. So,
My question is, I mean, we're going to reduce the number of units.
yes.
So if you get approval for, well, what you want, but would the residents on that street be willing to see the entire unit completely renovated to 5 units versus losing building space, or just cut it down just to 5 units, period?
Personally, I like to see the building space removed. So cutting it down to just 5 and cutting it out. I see another homeowner here, so I'll let her speak.
Wait a minute, we have some more questions for you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Ken, you got questions?
Just for clarity. Thank you. You voiced that your opinion is you'd like to see the whole building demolished.
Yes, because the street is now single-family homes that are not rented homes. They are owned. So there are families there with kids playing out in the street. You got rental property there, and the rest is history. You know what rental property does when you're trying to pay the mortgage for a rental property.
Thank you.
Any more questions, board? Okay. All right, John. We'll
Thank you.
let this nice lady speak. Thank you, John. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hi.
Robin Hill, 911 Sycamore Street. I'd like to just address a few issues that I have with it. Now, I was there when he came and inspected the building, but I'm tired of people coming into the residential neighborhood, turning it into a business. It's like Mr. Hughes just said, we're a single family now. Times have changed. And I don't like that. I'd rather see the building go. But if you can't make it, tear it down, then I would like to see a smaller family. And then not only that, when we get the younger generation in, we have a lot of problems. And we know what kind of problems. Young music, it doesn't always have to be drugs. Excuse me, drugs or what have you. Music and the things that they carry. Are we speaking of senior citizens, that could dwell in the 5 units if it had to stay, which then would, to me, be more accessible than a younger generation. And then another thing I have that I respect your images that I saw in the previous case, because code enforcement know Robin Hill now. I have to call all the time about grass. We had to get permission, and I paid for it, my husband and myself, to have a tree removed off their property that was affecting our home. I'm over it. I'm tired of it. And when you're the one living there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're not going to, are you the attorney? Okay, well, whoever is renovating it, they're not living on premises. So when I have a problem with the grass not being cut or some mishap, because we're right next door, okay, then there's no one to be found. We hear a lot of promises, but then when it's time to deliver, and the black community is not there. And I'm really, really tired of people coming in. I was raised though in that part of town, and over there, I call it Campbell Street still. But I'm tired of people coming in our community, opening up businesses, just like you all addressed tonight, that are not effective in today's time. Now, with the economy being as bad as it is, and I know people do need housing, like I say, if you can't demolish it, then I will go along with the smaller units because of the economy. You know, we got senior citizens out there. I ride down the street all the time, see them homeless and or what have you. You know, but the upkeep in our community, we have got to stand up to this. And I'm glad to see this is my first meeting, and it won't be my last. I just moved back home 24 months ago, and I had no idea that these kind of meetings were going on. But I'm tired because my grandparents delivered over there in the same neighborhoods in a respectful way, and including my in-laws. You know, so this business with the apartments and the stores, when I drive down John Anderson, I don't see stores and apartments and all this on every corner. I just don't. And I don't have a problem with telling you. And I'm tired of it going on in our community.
Okay.
And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hill. Appreciate that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
That just goes back to a lot of code enforcement issues when we question who the property owners are. In Midtown redevelopment, if my statistics are right, Dr. from the health department. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, the meeting we had last month, we looked at a map grid, and we looked at the home occupancy versus rental property in Midtown. And believe it or not, about 75–79% of Midtown is rental property, and the owners don't live in Volusia County. They live in Boca Raton and Fernandina Beach and New York and Palm. You know, they don't live here. So once they get the property occupied and get their money, they really don't care. And what I'm hearing from this resident is that, Mr. Attorney, she wants the property owner to be held accountable, that if it is approved to the 5 units, that they are held by the laws of the land, police department, code enforcement, and what a property owner is supposed to be held accountable for, because people come in Volusia County and get their money and make it, but they don't invest it back in properties. And every meeting, I ask the question when we have an issue about properties, who owns it and why aren't they being held accountable? And when it becomes a sticky issue, they go before the magistrate, the board, they get these fines, and then they rush and do something temporary. And then it builds up again. And that's just a waste of taxpayers' money, where these people know the laws, but they don't abide with them. Born and bred here, know about the street. It was a street I drove down, and I didn't look left and right because I had Daddy Huger here, Miss Huger here, the other, and I'm like, oh, Lord, you can't do wrong on this street. Somebody will see you. So I understand the image that street has and what you all have raised children, and they've come back home. I know what you're trying to do with that street, and that's what I, as a board member, fight for our community. We have a lot of powerhouses in this area that figure they can just come into our community and force us to accept things. But I think they're realizing as a board that we are fighting for the community and the residents. You just can't come and tell people you have to accept this, move over, you have to accept this, we're going to do it. You have a voice, and I'm glad to say that I'm a voice for you, and you hit it on the head. Mr. Attorney, this property owner, if it's approved for it to be residential property rental, these neighbors, they're concerned and they're going to hold him accountable. And accountability is a plus.
Okay, do we have any more residents to
Madam
speak?
Chairman, may I?
Yes.
I do not live on Sycamore, but I live in that neighborhood. And I am concerned about that 10-unit building. And it would be nice to have it demolished, but I'm not the one to tell someone what to do with their property. But if it's not demolished, let it be decreased in the number of units. As far as the upkeep of it, they need to keep it up. I mean, totally keep it up. You know, some people love to put mops on the front porch and other things of the sort. But if you care about your neighborhood, go to that person, go to the person first, and then to downtown code enforcement and everything. And because we all want to live in a decent neighborhood. Now, where I am, I guess property is consumed by me and others to try to keep it a decent street. And that's all they're asking for. Noise, I don't tolerate. Parking on the wrong side, I'm tired of the policemen passing by seeing people parked on the wrong side and won't do anything about it. And these things will happen when the owner is not there and continuing to follow through with the neighborhood. Good luck to them, but I would love to see less apartments in that area.
Okay. Any more? Go ahead, Mr. Ivey. You have a
No,
comment?
since I'm glad he came back up, Attorney Morris. When I was looking at the site plan, first of all, I don't thank you for coming for a discussion period, because that's what's really needed when we start to deal as we go in to make these here different changes. When Mr. Hughes was talking, I was also counting the different parking spaces and different things on the site plan that we're currently reviewing to give him feedback on. And even just looking at the parking places, the parking spaces wouldn't support a 10-unit apartment building.
That's true.
So therefore, that's going to downsize it automatically as he goes through fitting the apartment building into code. According to parking, what I'm looking at, it will only support 5 units, like you stated. So if it came down to that, and you present a plan back, then we would be evaluating the parking for 5 units if it came back that way. So automatically, the 10 units is gone.
If I might, Mr. Ivey, what I'll have to do is not only do the site plan, I've also got to process a plan amendment, understanding that 5 units, if that's what the board supports. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought. I just wanted to reply to that particular thought.
Yeah, when I'm basically when I'm sitting back and we look at this, I would be more on the side of the community, because what happens is we're dealing with these same issues in other parts of our community at this present time too, and I'm one that's for the community. And when you start dealing with, because I am an apartment owner, but I run a very tight ship on the apartments, and I try to make sure that it's clean. I don't think we have ever had one complaint, but totally different scenario. So when you go to fit something like this into a residential community, the noise, they have a right, when I'm sitting back looking at the noise, what would this noise generate? What type of clientele would be into this type facility? That's one of the oldest neighborhoods in our community, if I'm not mistaken, and I think one of the oldest residents of this community lives in that community. So before I would even go down that road, I think we need to keep it as a community right now, because we're working on beautifying and making our communities a neighborhood. And when you start mixing rental units into a stable neighborhood, it only deteriorates the neighborhood. So I don't think it's in keeping with the future land use and future plans of the community. So me personally, I would ask that you ask your clients to either turn it into a nice single family home or maybe just over, we've been tearing down a lot of properties here that's been nuisance in the community. So although it probably would make money on the surface, I wouldn't want to see that community destroyed.
And, what I said at the outset, that the owner of the property now is a lender. They loaned the money to somebody that was operating it as an apartment. Those people defaulted on their mortgage. And I think the essential choice before the board is that it's structurally a sound property. I understand what the neighbors' comments are. And so from the perspective of putting the property back into reuse, because I don't think they're going to tear it down, but I don't know what else they're going to do with it. As I said, I'm here for your guidance. And Ms. McMillan, you asked a question about how would it be accomplished if the number was reduced. And the number would be reduced by merging existing units, 2 units into one, or whatever the case might be. So the units do wind up being larger units in there. But from the perspective of what the folks say about the renters, you can have a rental house as well as you can have a rental apartment. But make no mistake about it, it is a single-family neighborhood. I've been there. My office is at 420 South Nova. That kind of lines up on an east-west axis with this neighborhood. And when I can, I ride my bicycle to work. And I ride through this neighborhood because it's a safe neighborhood to go through, and I avoid the traffic on Nova and on 1. And I go as far down south as I can to the golf course before I come up on 1. So I'm familiar with the neighborhood, and Mr. Huger Sr. is someone that I've known for 40 years. I respect him greatly, and I respect the family greatly. So I'm not here to make enemies of people that I've known for a long time. I want your guidance, and if your guidance is that you couldn't support it, then that's the decision that you've made. The staff has said they could envision 6. John Huger said he could envision 5. Another person said they don't want anything. And I understand that, too. The properties presently, though, are vacant. And so you're not going to have the same standard of care as if you had occupancy. Now, who the owner will be, the property is for sale. This company is a lender. They're not going to operate the property, and I wouldn't tell you otherwise. They would like to sell the property. They need to find a buyer for the property. And so it may be that they don't find a buyer as it presently sits, and it becomes something that ultimately is torn down. I'm here asking for your guidance. Once you give it to me, I'm going to take that back to my clients. I don't hide the ball. If you've got any questions to ask me, ask me. John didn't know I'd talked to Sophia. Tom did know that, but it's okay. I mean, it's one of those things where it's a situation where I really just want your guidance, and I wanted the neighbors to speak, to give you and me their input.
Excuse me, another
Yes, ma'am.
suggestion.
Yes, ma'am.
You can tell them they can donate it to the community.
I don't think they'll do that.
Beg pardon?
I don't think they'll do that.
Well, you're going to take all the other information back.
I will
so
certainly,
take that.
I will certainly take it. I think they'd probably reply.
Well,
anyway,
take it.
I will convey it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You got a question? Go ahead.
I have a question of staff. What would good practice tell you or tell us that should be done with a multifamily project such as this in a single-family neighborhood? If you were planning it from scratch, what would you do?
Well, ideally, we'd build something back in compatible. I see about 3 single-family lots probably fit in there if we were redeveloping it. If tomorrow we had the ability to acquire it, we'd do that, and probably not leave a multifamily structure there.
Let me say, if the city wants to acquire it, they will sell it to the city.
A handicap, just out of general knowledge, a handicap parking space must be 20 feet deep, not 19. How big is the site?
There's a survey in there.
Sorry, I did it again. How big is the property?
It is 190 parallel to the street. It is 174 perpendicular to the street. It looks like the rear dimension is slightly different than the front dimension, so it's not perfectly square.
Jim, I would say it looks like 114.
On 114, I'm sorry.
114 on the.
Even with glasses, I can't read it, so.
Yeah.
It looked like 174 to me.
I don't see no back doors either.
No, I don't. I don't recall seeing back doors there myself, but they didn't try to draw all the entries either. You won't see front doors, actually.
Well, we know they're front doors. You got to get in, but
Yes, ma'am.
You just burn like a scissor, you know. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Whatever you want to call me.
what does the back of this property abut up to?
I'm not sure what the ownership is, but the back of it was, it's wooded and it's fairly open. There wasn't a structure behind it that I remember.
Freddie Moore?
Now, Mrs. Moore lives on Frederick.
That's her
And
property.
I don't know how deep, does it go back to her property?
That's her property.
I know where her frontage is. I didn't know how deep her property was.
No, that on the side of her house belonged to her, and it goes all the way.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And it's kept clean.
Yep, it is. It's neat and clean. I know Mrs. Moore, and I knew where her home was. I didn't know where her backyard was.
You got any more questions?
Well, I have some comments.
What separates that property, Mrs. Moore's property, with this apartment complex?
There's a little bit of a fence. It isn't a significant barrier from the standpoint of when you're in the back. There's nothing that separates it. There's not a ditch. There's some trees on her land. It was mowed.
So at some point, the bank that owns this property is going to send a letter to everyone in that community informing them of what they want to do, considering it's touching properties that are.
You asked two questions. There's a notice process that's required, and that would happen consistent with what the code requires. From the standpoint, I didn't realize Mrs. Moore owned the property. I've been to her house many times. If I'd realized it was her ownership, I'd have already talked to her. But certainly giving a letter to the neighbors, I don't have a problem with that either. Just a notification letter from the standpoint of the plan process.
I'm just bringing that up because we have people that come in and want to do properties in residential areas, and they go full force without informing the neighbors.
No.
And I think that property owners deserve the right to know what's going on around them.
Well, as I mentioned before, I had seen Sophia at an event a couple of weeks ago, and I actually called 2 phone numbers for her yesterday to remind her of tonight's meeting. I'm seeing she's not here, so I guess she didn't get my message.
I did contact Mr. Tommy Hugheston and made him aware that this item would be on the agenda tonight, and he informed me that he would make sure that the neighbors was informed and some would be present.
Thank you, Charles.
Where does the covered sidewalk go?
Sidewalk to the street.
The sidewalk would go to the street. The property,
Well, it can't go to the street. It doesn't go that far.
it does. It goes to the edge of the right-of-way. When you look at the pavement and the right-of-way, there is dirt from the edge of pavement to the property line. And it used to be that the cars parked perpendicular to the pavement and probably parked partly in the right-of-way when you see the old parking markings on the property. What the designer has done, because there isn't maneuvering room to do turnaround, is brought the parking east, which is towards the front edge of the building, and removed it away from the edge of the property. Now, I personally don't think that's a good solution. I think the better solution would be to leave it closer to the edge of the property and put more green space in between the building, leave green space there, because this plan would actually bring the cars forward and cause there to be operating space in between the two buildings. I think it'd be better to have it closer back to the edge of the property. But the PUD process that we've got to go through, you have input on the design. But, if your decision is that it should stay single family and then come what may in that respect, that's the report I'm going to take back to my clients, and they're going to make a decision as to what they want me to do.
I also like for you to indicate the parking is bad over there. Number one, we don't have any sidewalks on most of those streets out there.
Mm-hmm.
And with apartments there, it should be analyzed. Let them be known that there's only one parking space per unit, and they're not to park on the grass. That's bringing the neighborhood down.
I agree with you, and that's what I just said a minute ago, which is that I think, and see, that's the beauty of coming here, because I've said to the staff and to the guy that drew the plan, I don't think this is where the parking should go, that it should be further from the building and there should be more green space between the edge of parking and the edge of the building. But that's a part of the design process going through. But the threshold question is whether or not multiple units should be considered on the property. And you've heard from the neighbors, you've heard from me, and I don't know what else I can add to you, to your discussion in that respect.
Reed.
So, excuse me, Mr. Ivy.
Reed or either, Mr. Attorney, do we have a comprehensive plan, land use, a future land use for that area?
It's single family. It's mentioned in the report. I have to actually request a change to the map designation on the comp plan to accomplish this. It would go from level 1 residential to level 2, and that relates to the numeric quantities allowed. Presently, it's single family. If I wanted to change it, it would change within the boundaries of this property from level 1 to level 2, and it's a range. So 1 to 3 versus, and I'm using numbers I'm making up, and then 3 to 10 or 4 to 10.
So here I would come back to that. If we know that it's currently zoned, I guess, single family residential, and if we sit back looking at the different Clarion rewrite, this is where this comes in to be very important. And I go back to what was stated earlier. That's why we need to stop a lot of stuff and close these doors until we get everything ironed out. Because when you sit here and you look at what you guys are trying to do, it will really tear down that particular neighborhood. And we're in the middle of rewriting the Clarion. We're trying to redo our LDC and everything else. So I think we need to, before we tear up another neighborhood or even had a propensity to tear up a neighborhood, I think maybe we really probably need to close this door.
If I might, this
door,
door,
go down this road.
This door is presently closed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It is presently closed.
So would you agree to us leaving that door closed at this present time?
That's not why I'm here. However, I mean, I'm here to get a message from y'all, and if the board's message is that the door is closed, then that's a vote tells me that's what it is, and that's what I'm going to carry to my client.
I think the consensus of the board and the community is let's leave that door closed. And as a board, then we should come back to the city commission, make sure we go to the city commission, and make sure we put a moratorium in place on the next city commission meeting, that we keep this here door closed. I'm sure y'all are worded, but that's consensus that I'm basically getting.
First of all, I'm going to report back what y'all have said, and it may not go any further on my end. Let me, if I might, just talk to you a little bit about moratoriums as a general perspective and what you're trying to do in Midtown. I have a master's degree in urban planning as well as a law degree. And a blanket moratorium, and it may not matter for a 60-day period, but the point is there's things that you want to have happen. And if you make a blanket moratorium, you're going to prevent anything from happening. And if that's what you want, then that's what y'all ought to do. But when you talk about specific issues, and I listen to the convenience store discussion, there may be things, and your attorneys are going to guide you, but before you pave the whole thing one way, think about what you want to have happen and see if you can fit it within that. And as I said, too, it's a 60-day period. Doesn't matter on this request, as I told you. This door is closed. I'm asking you to let me open it. The consensus is not to open it. I'm going to report that.
I just want to be safe. We just want to be safe.
Sure.
I think as a board that we leave this particular door closed, and I don't think we're going to have any major development in Midtown that I've seen until we get a plan coming in. So,
okay. Is there any more questions? Because we're getting late in the night and we got things to do and other things to get here.
All right,
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Jim, do you know how many square feet are in this building? Footprint?
I don't know specifically, Mr. McGee. And we've already found out that I can't read the numbers on this drawing. So.
Read
I got around
square footage of the building.
like 5,000 or 6,000 square feet.
Probably so, yes, sir.
Square footage of the building.
Of the building itself?
Yeah.
I don't have that in front of me.
You have the same paperwork we have, right? You got something different?
Square footage of the building.
The square footage of the
For
building.
sake of argument, if there's 5,000 square feet in there, each of those apartments is averaging 500 square feet each. And if that were reduced to 5 units and the building was still there, you're looking at 1,000 square feet, which is two-bedroom unit. And it would seem to me that if if a designer could work with it, he could convert that building to something that would give you an appearance I'm looking for a word and I can't find it. I'm looking for a word and I can't find it, so that's why I'm not using the microphone. There would be something they could do with it, but you got one comment over here is convert it to single-family lots. The parking is a problem, but if you had 5 units, 1,000 square feet each, I believe you could do something with it that you could salvage that structure.
I don't think there's any question that the structure is salvageable.
Okay.
It's a policy question for y'all, and y'all haven't voted on that question, but I think you're going to.
If the ownership were condominium, and there was condominium said that you can't rent it, something that would keep a homeowner in there as opposed to youngsters with loud music and so on.
Those things could certainly be done, and that would be done in a PUD. And I don't think I can get back here, if I filed tomorrow, I couldn't get back here by January 1, I don't believe. So I don't want to close the door. I want to represent my clients, but I also want you to understand that I hear the other side of the argument. And when you talk about using the building, and then, for instance, there was a question about young people or senior housing. It wouldn't be over 55, I don't think. That was one of the questions, I think. Would you limit it to over 55, or rather, would you have seniors versus people that are younger? And the typical restriction is over 55.
Excuse me,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, one of the things that might could really help in doing this here site plan evaluation is...
It's a conceptual now, it's not a site
Well,
plan.
yeah, right, the conceptual review on this is, we trying to get people that's investors or whoever to come into this community. Maybe you should hold a community meeting with that particular community, and you all sit down and say, okay, what can we do in this community, and then let it come back, because now you had a consensus of that whole community.
See, I thought that's what we were doing tonight, actually.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, though, it would be helpful to have a community meeting, even more so at this point, because you're dealing with a community that's one of the oldest in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes back to us, you can come actually say, well, hey, I met with every resident. We had a community meeting on this, and this is what they came up with. This is what we decided. They will support this, but they won't support that. Or we can go with this, and we can't go with that. But a community meeting with those residents, I think, because if they can get this many people here, I think you can help hold a nice meeting.
I wouldn't mind going. I'll be glad to do it. I'm just thinking that there's an ad with Jimmy Fallon where he says everybody wants more money and the baby throws cereal at him. You never get 100% in a group meeting. It doesn't happen.
No, but I mean, you would get a consensus. I mean, we are going through the master plan process, and that's on here tonight. We had a lot of people that didn't agree with a lot of things, but we took the majority of what people think and want in this community, and we narrowed it down. So I think when you're dealing with this particular plan, because like Ken say, something probably can work.
Okay.
On that in that area, but
Chairman,
how you go about doing
if
it.
I might, and I hate to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it. If you would continue this item until your November meeting, I will talk with my client about a neighborhood meeting. We'll hold it probably there at the property, so I'll be in touch with you, John. I'll call Sophia again, and I'll call anybody else y'all tell me to call.
You need to address the board.
Sorry, ma'am. And I know when that girl talked about health food, she was talking back there.
That's okay, but I'm telling you that you
Okay.
need to address the
Yes,
board.
ma'am. I thought it was acceptable when I saw it once. I paid attention.
No.
So we'll have a neighborhood meeting. I'm good with that.
Oh, to get my whip out, I see.
I mean, I'm just in favor of to make sure that that we can't continue it because we're trying to make sure that everything is addressed before they even come back here. I think I got to applaud Mr. Morris for coming and having a discussion.
Okay.
And that's what we'll be talking about. Let's have a discussion to see what the community needs. Let it get ironed out. Now when it comes back, we're ready to do the different action requests that's
Okay,
needed.
let's
So-
get,
So I make a motion that we continue this item for our November meeting.
okay, I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Chairman,
Okay.
would you announce the date of your November meeting so the audience would know that? Second Tuesday
Tuesday in the
November?
month.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
okay. All right. Phew. Oh, mercy.
It's November 8th.
It's nice to see you again.
What'd you say?
It's November 8th for anyone in the audience.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 8th. I was like, well, we got the 8th yet. Wait a minute. Oh, boy, another action. Okay, number 7 is the Crab Stop 2, 933 ISB. And this is another action item. So, Mr. Bryant. Thank you, brother.
This is a conceptual review. This is
This is an action item.
it is
Chauncey.
an action item. It's an action item.
I know we all tired, baby, but it's almost
This is an
done.
action item, but basically what this is DEV 2011-080. This is Craft Stop
Okay.
2 wall graphic. The applicant is Gene Fish. I don't think he's here.
He's not here?
Was he here earlier? He left. Okay. The address is 933 West International Speedway Boulevard. It's wall graphic. The request is that the board review the proposed wall graphic plan as required by Article 4, Section 8.2C of the Land Development Code. This is, I think you see it, this is the wall mural that was painted on the parking lot entrance and the building that faces International Speedway Boulevard. I did put in my report the different types of signs that were required, that came under Article 18, Section 6.9, and the definition of wall signs says a wall sign is an outdoor single-face sign affixed to the wall of any building or seawall which does not project more than 12 inches. According to the permitted signs, these types of signs are permitted within redevelopment areas according to Article 18. The problem with this particular sign is that, particular mural, is that it had not been approved by the Midtown Board. I went out and talked with the applicant. As you can see, a copy of the application is attached to the report. Actually, you received a copy of the applicant's information prior to receiving my report, but the applicant came in, made the application, paid the fees, and now we'll bring it before the board to ask for you to approve the mural. Personally, I went out, I took these pictures. One of the things that it does says in Article 18 is that the only, some of the things that could appear on this particular mural is the address of the building, the name of the business, and also a phone number. I think the only thing that actually appears on here is the address of the business. So as far as that is concerned, he is compliant with the mirror. Like I said, the problem was they didn't get approved before they actually painted it on the wall, and they're here tonight. They submitted the application. I'm presenting to you tonight to ask that you approve it.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Is this the Crab Stop or the Crab Shop?
This is the Crab Stop 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the name of the business on it.
Okay, hold on for your motion, Ms. Benjamin. I think this is very nice. This looks very nice in the community. I'm real happy to see that.
The food's good.
And the food's good?
Yes, I've been there. The food is good.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. I've been there on several occasions, not to eat, but just to transact business with them. And every time I've been there, it's been a lot of people.
Yeah.
At the opening that weekend, it was packed. I noticed that he's hired a lot of young people to work for him. I'm not sure how long that's gonna be kept up, but I'm hoping that with the business, with people visiting the business, he should be able to keep a lot of employees. I didn't have an opportunity to ask them how many he employed, but I saw a lot of people with red shirts walking on around, and I know he's there busy, and he's generating a lot of business at that location.
Great. All right, board.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
before she makes her motion, is it my understanding you said that this is approved, but he needs to go back and add the name and address, or the street sign suffices for that?
What I said was that according to the LDC, he could have added the business name and also a telephone number and the address. Those were things that could have been added. He only did the address of the building, the physical address of the business itself.
Yeah.
Charles, that sign's already in place, right?
Yes. It's a mural. It's on, like I say, it's facing, one is facing the parking lot and the other one is
facing. Put that picture
facing.
back up, please. Excuse me, Charles.
Where is 933?
It's
Thank
near
you.
the corner of Keachin and International Speedway.
Used to be the IHOP a long time ago.
Yes, used to be old IHOP.
Okay.
Remember?
No. See that blank?
I recognize the building now.
If you go down there, you'll see it's nice.
Yeah, it looks nice.
He's made a lot of improvements on the inside. It looks nice on the inside also. It's clean, good atmosphere for the times that I've visited.
That's good.
If that's approved, we're setting a precedent for the type of signage that you could put along all of ISB. For whatever that's worth.
That's worth a lot.
And we did have a problem with the tobacco people sign.
Yeah, but their sign was.
This is actually a special sign. There's some confusion in the memo, but wall graphics are a special approval that comes forward different from like the tobacco sign we had.
Okay.
So the criteria for this, and actually I'm not sure that they could put their number on there because it says no written messages, logos, arrows, or bare bulbs. So it looks like it's still in compliance with the
Carrie, what page is that and what number? You know how I am.
Article 18, Appearance Standards.
Okay.
Section 6.19, Wall
The Land
Graphics.
Development Code?
This is the Land Development Code.
Okay. So that's just a special use or?
It's a special approval that can be permitted in any district, subject to review by this board.
Okay. Okay. So, Ken, you understand that now?
You're establishing a precedent that would allow some rather unusual signage.
No.
Each one would have to come before this board, and the criteria talks about shall be for the aesthetic enhancement, scale, design, intensity, and character shall be consistent with the design of the building. So these items would have to come for you and come before you, and you can review it for that criteria.
Last line again.
It says scale, design, intensity, and character shall be consistent with the design of the building and compatible with the building and surrounding structures.
Okay, thank you.
Does that satisfy you?
Yep.
Do you still think it's a president?
No.
Sitting?
We're setting a precedent, whatever you do.
Well, one thing is make sure that if anyone wants to put a sign or anything up, come first.
By the way, I'm going to vote in favor of it, so.
Right.
Yeah, we all are. But I mean, because it's somebody's business. But I'm saying, I don't believe in setting a precedent after what Carrie just read. My thing
No,
is
I
that it's
think you're right.
individual. It's individual. It's individual. Am I right, Carrie? It's an individual thing.
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the action item Crab Stop 2, 933 ISP.
Okay. Can I get a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay. I got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now, I have a problem with this thing here that's on the front. What is this called, Charles? This application. I think it stinks. And we need to do something about it. I tried to get a hold of them because you know me, seafood, so I was thinking, hey, we're going to have some seafood at my house. And I wanted to know if they had delivery. And I couldn't get anybody. Well, I got some nice lady that talked to me and said they don't have it, but I couldn't get in touch with the owner. So on this thing here, it doesn't have the necessary paperwork, so we need to do something about that.
Okay.
You know, the shop name, or even on this, somewhere I can get in touch with Mr. Smith. Doesn't he own this Crab Stop shop? Stop?
Owned by Prosperity Bank.
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about Prosperity Bank. I see that part.
No,
but
lean designer.
I know. Anthony Smith, and I called that number, and I didn't get Anthony Smith. That's what I'm saying.
You said that it's the wrong number?
Huh?
You said it's the wrong number or something?
No, I'm saying that's not the number for Anthony Smith, evidently, because he didn't answer the phone. Okay,
Well, he does have children.
that was a grown woman.
He has a wife too.
Okay, but it wasn't who it was supposed to be. Let's move on. Go ahead, Charles. Midtown Master Plan Workshop, number 8.
Does everyone have a copy of the information that I just handed out?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, being that we just getting this master plan, this final draft, Charles, when is our next workshop?
We need to set that tonight.
I thought we weren't
talking
having
about for
it.
this?
Well, no, the next workshop period.
We haven't come up with a date. We're going to do that tonight.
Yeah, we'll get to
Because
that.
The reason I was asking, Madam Chairman, because I was going to ask, can we include this master plan and the review of this master plan in our workshop for the next
That's going to be convenience stores and that. Is that what you're talking about, or just having a special?
No, let's do it in our workshop environment, because we have the LDC rewrite and something else. And I think that way all this can fit hand in hand. And as we going through it, we can talk about putting the LDC things into
With
it.
it.
Yeah,
Also, so
that's why I was going to ask tonight,
Yeah,
that
so
we
I-
do a workshop for the LDC rewrite also, and we combine these items into a workshop.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we continue this Midtown Master Plan workshop and into our next workshop.
Okay, can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. You want to get out of here, don't you? Okay, discussion item, Land Development Code rewrite. Hoo-ha.
Madam Chair. Once again, I ask that we continue this item and into our workshop so we can discuss all three: the Land Development Code rewrite, the master plan, also, and the
Convenience store.
and the convenience stores.
Okay, can I get I got a motion.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Whoa, we whipping right through this. Charlesy, you're up. Project updates, redevelopment. I think you open it up. We need a drink. I tell you, baby. Ooh-wee.
This is item number 10, redevelopment project updates. This is some of the efforts that we've been put in place in order to assist code enforcement in identifying properties that we have problems with. These are some of the pictures. I won't go through go through them individually, but a part of my added responsibility is to find these types of situations and make sure that they're identified, reported to the correct source, being either code enforcement or Sonia Wiles, who makes sure that we get the information to the right sources. If you see, you look at the pictures that we have here, these are some sites that code has not been able, they haven't caught, and I've made sure that they identify these and they're going to be taking action on them.
Could you please work on cutting the lawn? Mr. Lopez and I got into a little heated deal earlier, and but you all understand what I'm saying about the lawn. If you cut the lawn and you don't edge it up, it looks like you're just mushing the lawn. It's not really cut, and it looks really unsightly. You might as well just leave it to grow up instead of just mushing it down and putting the paper all over it and let it stroll all over. Because that's what city does with their property, and that's not doing any better. That's not helping.
Okay.
You know.
Well, for the benefit of the board, I know the police department talked about bringing on someone else to supervise code enforcement. They have hired that person. I did have a conversation with them with him today at the special magistrate meeting. I did advise him of some of the things that I'm doing, especially in redevelopment areas, to kind of police some of the issues that we have, especially on the major corridors. I've been riding around looking. Now I'm starting to hit some of the side streets, as you can see in the pictures here, that I'm hitting some of the side streets at the same time, trying to make sure that the major corridors are clean, and that I made contact with some property owners to make sure that they cut the grass. There's been a confusion a lot when dealing with public works. I met with the guy who was over maintenance for public works, and found out the responsibility of the business owners when it comes to public property between the sidewalks and some of the areas where their businesses are. And he did give me the code that governs that, and so I'll have that as a tool when I go out to talk to these property owners about cutting grass that's close to the sidewalks in front of their buildings. A lot of especially the new commercial business owners think that if they cut the grass right close to their building, they're in compliance, but according to what the information that was passed on to me, they are also responsible for the areas within the sidewalks. So it was good for me to understand and have that meeting with them.
Chelsea, are they responsible for the grass in the sidewalk? You know what I'm saying? When the grass grow into the sidewalk? In the median? No, on the sidewalk. When the grass grow into the
cracks.
Yeah, is that what I'm trying to say? The cracks.
Yeah, in the cracks. That's a question I'd have to ask them. I don't know the answer to that.
Me.
I know there's he did, in the information he gave me, there's a distance that they have to maintain in front of their business.
Okay.
And I know
I'm just talking about residents. Can't worry about the businesses too now. You worry about them. I worry about the residents.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
In the packet that I gave you, if you go to a couple of more slides, you'll see. Keep on going.
I like the magnolia.
Okay,
ones.
one more.
Y'all seen magnolia?
Keep going.
Y'all like
Keep
that?
going. 7. That's it. Right? No, one more. 770 South Seagraves. That building It's an apartment complex. I know it's actually in downtown redevelopment area, but I know it affects Midtown. So this is a project that is being torn down, it's being demolished.
Great.
So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board that I know people, it affects Midtown area. And so that building is being demolished. Next slide, please. One more.
Yeah. That's great.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is a picture of the new magnolia trees that are on Magnolia Street. We did have to take out some of the trees because they were too close and was causing problems with traffic. So you'll see some of the trees being removed. I know Rita and I have discussed some things that we need to discuss with Public Works about those trees because we thought they should have been placed somewhere else besides the Dickinson Center area. Found that 5 of them have been placed down there, so we're going to have that conversation with Public Works. But I think looking down the street, it really makes the street looks good. I walked the area several times. I talked to people in that community. They really like the way magnolia trees look on the street. The only complaints I had is people who don't live on the street. And I talked to them. I said, well, you know, the people who actually live on that street, they like that. They like the idea of having the magnolia street, the trees. And as you can see from this picture, looking down the street, it makes a difference. It actually brings out the sidewalks and the things that we've done, and we're trying to improve the street and make it look better.
I agree with you, though, that the trees are a little too close. I think the trees are beautiful. I love those trees. And they even got blossoms on them, y'all. They're so nice.
Okay. And Charles, if they
They have blossoms.
took 5 of them up or more, can we just put them on some other streets in that community?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I said we're going to have a
Are you
conversation.
going to put them
with
all the way down to Nova Road, or are you just putting them on Magnolia all the way down to Nova Road?
Yeah, where we could. There's a problem with the width
Sidewalk.
of some of those areas, and and these traffic views, and so we didn't get as many as we thought we'd get in there, but we've got some other things like easements that we can discuss, maybe other ways that we can accomplish putting in some more.
Okay. Just make sure they're not so cluttered looking. You know what I'm saying? They're beautiful trees. I love those trees, but you know, not so cluttered.
Yeah, and they've proven to withstand the winds of 60 miles an hour and just being planted, because they were tested this past weekend. So I drove down; they are all standing and they didn't move. So they're planted good, and they're going to be watering and keeping up
Where was
until
this picture taken?
when
No, where?
Magnolia.
Yeah, I know that, but I can't remember seeing a place on Magnolia
This
where.
is Chester McNaughton House.
Yeah, but, and that's the sidewalk, right?
Yes, and they just put these trees down.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but I can't remember ever seeing a place where you could get that much green between the curb and the sidewalk.
Well, when they did the sidewalk, they had the grass, they put the grass in there.
Okay. All right.
Never mind, I'm not going.
That's Lincoln and Magnolia Avenue, in
Yeah.
Avenue, not the street.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
It's on the street.
Next couple of slides, please. 1, 2. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, right there. Last slide. Last thing on my report is the Midtown Information Fair. We changed it to Thursday, October the 27th. It'll be at the John H. Dickinson Community Center Gymnasium. The event will start at 5 p.m. through 7 o'clock p.m. We're set up from 4 o'clock to 4:45. So far, I've got a good response from businesses in the Midtown area. To date, I've got 22 businesses that have notified me that they want to be a part of this event. We did a couple of years ago, I think back in 2009. We had about 25 businesses. With the health department, I think they've committed at least 4 or 5 different departments that'll be setting up at this event. So we're hoping to have a good response from the community. We are putting together a flyer. Susan Sabone is working on putting a flyer together with a list of businesses that are going to be present. She's going to put information on channel 199 and help us market this. I'm hoping to have the flyers ready by this weekend, so I could distribute them to some of the churches and make sure that we get the word out to the community that we're having this event. The purpose of this event is to give the community information about different organizations, different businesses that operate within the Midtown redevelopment area, so they can come out, get information, and to assist them in knowing what's going on in our community. So that's the purpose of us putting this together. This is in conjunction with Central Florida Community Development Corporation. They're working with us on it. We have actually, I think, 2 banks that's going to be coming. We've got an attorney firm out of Orlando that would be here. We've got a list of good businesses that are going to be here. So hopefully we get community come out. They might have a question of an attorney. Hope that they would, be able to address some of the issues that they may have or point them in the right direction. That's what this is about, information. We've got community development coming, try to help people with housing, permits and license, purchasing. We had a meeting about how to do business with the city. We're bringing the city agencies, departments back so they can ask questions how to do business with the city. I know last time we did that, we got a couple of builders that sign up, and they're getting work as a result of them coming, understanding, asking questions, and that's the only way we're going to educate our people. We got to get them. We got to have workshops. We've got to have events like this that bring it out to the community. We can't. I don't believe in sitting behind my desk and just waiting on people to come to me. I like to get out in the community. That's how I learn how to, what is needed in the community. I'm out there walking the streets, talking to people, and finding out what they need to know, and at the same time educating them on different things that we are doing. A lot of people didn't understand when we started talking about putting down the Magnolia Streets. I walked the streets, told them this is what's coming. And when they start digging holes and putting trees in the ground, say, well, he told us they were going to do that. So that's the kind of things that we like to know. We like to educate our community and let them know what's going on. Hopefully they'll do like we had tonight, that we have people come out, participate in our meetings, and assist us in doing some of the things that we like to do in the community. Lastly, I did give you a copy of an email that I received. I'm not sure that it's something that we can act on as a courtesy to that person. I just received the email this afternoon. They asked me that I would make a copy and present it to this board. I did so. I think Ms. McMillan, I think you have more information about what that email was about than me. I know you've talked to this person that sent me the email, and I'll leave it at that. If you want to discuss it, it's up to you. I did what she asked me to do, was make a copy and present it to the board.
Do we have anything?
Yes,
Madam Chair, there was a request made by the...
You see it? You have yours back?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
National Council
Negro Women.
Negro Women.
Council Negro Women
Yes,
is
ma'am.
here.
Okay.
And they're requesting funding from the board for their Brain Bowl. And each year they have middle school and high school teams that compete. And the prizes that they give away are laptop computers and I believe iPods, if I'm not mistaken, but the laptop computer is the main prize for the winner. They compete on historical facts, national figures, just African American history It's called the Brain Bowl. They have 2 articles from the newspaper. Myself and Mrs. Hurd, we're both members of that organization. But the problem that they face, they are not in Midtown. They used to be in Midtown, meeting at the John H. Dickerson Library on Keach Street, but due to the library funding cut, they now meet at City Island. And that question that was asked, do you have to be in Midtown to receive funding and support? And I had to inform them that they have to be, it's my understanding, they have to be in the Midtown area. Madam Attorney, Mr. Berger, if I'm wrong, correct me so that I may deliver the correct response.
I'm not, I haven't seen this document, but I'm not sure what the
They have the event at Daytona State, which is also out of Midtown.
But the recipients are from basically
All over Volusia County,
yeah.
from middle and high school.
There's been some. The state attorney has ruled on some of these CRAs that have actually tried to fund organizations and give donations and that sort of thing. And the answer is really no, you can't do that. So that's the first thing. Regardless of boundary or whatever, we simply can't go there. The one thing that we have argued successfully is that marketing for an event or that's going to be in that CRA, that redevelopment area, if it's in the plan, then and we say that we're going to fund the marketing of events, we can do that. The commission has made it clear that they'd like to have more measurable items on that. There's I can go into that at another time. It's probably a workshop. But but the point is the answer right now I'd say is clearly no. Can't help out there.
Thank you.
One last thing for workshops. We need a date that that we can come up with. I know we at the last meeting we said we would have one before this meeting, but we had board members that went out of town, and I contacted board members,
no doubt.
and it was not feasible for us to have one before this meeting. But I'd like to get the feelings of the board as to if we can have one before the next meeting. I'll contact you and see what dates are feasible and your dates that you have available that we could go ahead and start planning a workshop, if that's okay with the board.
Yep, that's fine. Just let us know.
Okay.
Okay. Public comments?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Before we get into public comments, I had asked that Dr. Thompson come to the Midtown meeting because I was looking at addressing some of the health issues that we have in our community. And I was just thinking about how we could partner up with different organizations to start addressing that. So the reason why I asked Dr. Thompson to come out to talk about it for a minute is that they currently have a health organization thing going on at BCU. And they growing plants and growing vegetables and different things. So I was trying to see how we can try to partner up with the Bethune-Cookman University on probably trying to see how can we start a community garden utilizing some of the vacant property that we have, particularly in that Whitehall district, which that district is off, but it's in our part of our community that's across from the Thurman House, where we can start tying some of these things into our master plan. And so we got volunteers that want to do things in our area that we can find some type of way from the Midtown board to partner up with Bethune-Cookman some type of way, to partner up with the community to actually have a real community garden in Midtown that hopefully we can turn around and hold a Midtown market at the Dickerson Center from our community garden. So that's why I asked Dr. Thompson to come out to just expound on it for a few minutes, and we can try to get some dialogue going to try to see how we can utilize this property until we decide to sell it from the city commission or whatever. So that's why I asked Dr. Thompson to come out on your health portion that the school is doing.
Well, I know for one that we have to be zoned for a community garden, right? Because I don't think we're zoned for that right at this point. And I know the health department also wanted to work with whoever, to do community gardens. Because I've talked to Suzanne about that. That's good that Mr. Thompson is here, ex-board member. We happy to have him. Sorry I didn't recognize you earlier, but you want to come up?
Is there a zoning issue?
Yeah, I believe we would have to address it through zoning. I also think I've heard Commissioner White talk about community gardens, so I'm not sure if she started any process or not, but we can look into that.
Yeah, you can bring that back to us on the legal level next time.
I just wanted them to tell us briefly what they're doing and see how we can start tying in and start doing some community things in our area, but we can make sure we incorporate these different type things into our master plan.
Good evening, and it is it's a pleasure not to be on that side of the.
No, we miss you.
Well, I don't miss you all.
Oh, shoot, that ain't nice.
I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk to you for just a minute about some programs that we have at Bethune-Cookman that are new. You may have read that we have started a master's degree program in environmental science, and we also have an undergraduate degree. And we have with us this evening two of our graduate students, and also Dr. Charles Kidd, who is the chair of our undergraduate program. And what we are doing, we are involved in one community garden behind Barnett Elementary, and we just ran a pilot project at our headquarters, which is the Moore Home on Lincoln and Mary McLeod Bethune, where we planted a garden behind that facility and just harvested the fruits and vegetables. And I'll let the kids tell you a little bit about that project. So introduce yourself and give them your address.
Hi, my name's Niraj Ray. I'm one of the grad students, and we've been working on making a sustainable garden just for, as of right now, we just have a few systems set up behind the school. I have a few systems at my own house, and we're just trying to, as of right now, we've had a lot of tomatoes, lettuce, green beans. We had some watermelons earlier in the season, not much anymore. It's getting a little bit cooler for that. But we're just trying to see what works around here. I've actually never grown plants until I moved down here. I'm originally from New York. Mm-hmm. And to me, this is completely different. You can grow things year-round here, and I'm learning a lot. And
how about grapes?
Grapes, not yet, but that might be something once we have something long-term. Right now, it's more things that you can harvest on a regular basis. But eventually, once we actually have a basis for where we set up all our plants, then maybe long-term things like apple, like more fruit-based stuff. Right now, all we had were a few pomegranate trees, a few blueberries, and a few strawberries. But besides that, those are more long-term things that you have to invest in, so we haven't really done that. But trying to do what we can.
What we've been doing is growing stuff hydroponically, so it's not. I'm sorry, my name is Rashawn Moss.
No, baby, I was talking to the adult people over there.
Well, no, she was.
Okay,
but basically, we've been growing stuff hydroponically. So
what is that, hydroponically?
Hydroponically, basically in soilless media. So it's not in the ground. We have them in pots. A lot of times we have them in towers with drip irrigation systems. So we're not really relying on the soil so much as what we provide. So this can be done anywhere. And it's highly efficient. Instead of having one plant in one place, we have 20 plants in one place. So it's highly efficient and high yield. And we're getting the kinks out. We've been doing this all summer, but we're definitely getting good at it. Another student of that's in our program, he's not here. He's the one that's actually head of the Bonner Community Garden, Andrew Kamarowski. He had something to do tonight. He couldn't be here tonight. But that's what we've been doing, and we're definitely eager to do anything with any space available that you can
Question?
Yeah, go ahead. You have a question?
How big are your gardens? When I was younger than you all, there was the Second World War, and they had victory gardens, which I remember very clearly, and they were popular. And so, how big are? How do you lay out your
I would
gardens?
say our space isn't much bigger than a quarter of an acre, but we still get a decent amount of food off of it. And I mean, we're still working out the kinks out of it, but even with the amount of space that we have.
Anybody steal your watermelons?
No, no. It's done at our house. We have 2 big dogs, and the stuff done at the school is enclosed in the gate. But that's the beauty of doing the vertical hydroponics. You can really max out your space. So it really doesn't matter what size. You can still do a lot with a little bit of
As of
space.
now, our towers are only about they're 5 stacks tall. Like in each pot, we have 4 plants.
Is it all hydroponics?
We use coconut fiber. That's the media that we grow them in, and so you have a lot less of a problem with any soil-borne pests or anything like that. And we feed all the nutrients through the water that they get, so the plants grow a lot more vigorously.
Cool.
Are they organic? Most
Yeah,
of them?
I was just about to say that everything's organic.
All
We don't
organic.
add anything synthetic.
And no pesticides. We've been using neem oil. That's just basically a hydrophobic oil they use to dry out the insects. But besides that, no insecticides.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
where are the products? Have they been consumed or?
We still have a few, and I mean, there's things always coming in. We had a plant sale about 2 weeks ago at the university to try and raise awareness a little bit.
Are you giving the food to people or just the students? Or
As of right now, it's been I've been giving it to a lot of other people on campus, a few students, and whoever came by and bought some plants during the plant sale.
We've been basically trying to fundraise so that we can build more systems. So that's where we're at right now, trying to expand so that it can be on a scale that we can actually provide to a lot of people.
As of right now, we basically have enough. I think at the max it would provide 2 families. But as we start to expand and get more systems, then we can try and grow more food to actually sell just the produce to people.
Great.
But as of right now, we have very limited resources that we're working with.
Madam Chair, so economically, what does it cost you for the inside garden?
Well, it's all outdoors.
Yes.
Everything's
Oh,
outdoors, and because I mean, even if we if using lights, that would raise the cost astronomically. So we just try and do everything outdoors. And as of right now, I think we priced it out for 4 systems, which I think it was about 200 plants between 200 and 400 plants, depending on how you maximize it. I think it costs about $200 for all the pumps and all the nutrients and everything for it.
As you all know, this board has been really trying to push for a community garden and wine growing grapes.
No.
I think that would be very helpful to the community. Some for you all to learn how to do. Because growing grapes, I think, is pretty hard. It's good in this community, but I think it's a little harder. I've been looking at this stuff, and Farmer Brown over there has been great. So you guys got to work with him and Miss Brown over here because they're into the all natural things, and we really love this program. And I'm sure that Mary McLeod Bethune is happy about that too, because they started. When that's how she started with the farming and all of that stuff. Am I right, Judy? Yeah.
Well, Madam Chair, and Reed, this is one of the things that we really need to start looking at. How can we partner with people in our community in order to make sure that we are addressing the needs of the community? And this is one way that we can start, because we have more vacant land in our redevelopment area than any other area in the city, that we can start, especially during these here times, economic times, that I would like that we can make sure that we try to get something to the commission on their next meeting if possible, or get some dialogue, or maybe we can get with Dr. Thompson and Dr. Kidd, but we can try to get some type of proposal and a plan together that we can submit to the city commission and ask for these different things and see how the board can help fund some of these.
everything that we do in this project is a teaching tool for us. It is there for these young men and the young ladies that are in the program to get experience in their field. These two gentlemen are going to be two of our first graduates, hopefully this summer. And so this will be the first class in this program. And they're going to go out and work and feed back into Bethune-Cookman and the Daytona Beach community. I wanted to give Dr. Kidd, introduce him to you all. Dr. Kidd is the founder of the Environmental Science Program at Florida A&M. And he's also a former college president. We're very fortunate to be able to get him to work here with our program. He was here on the ground level. And he's going to be the go-between between the university and the city of Daytona once we get up and running. And I just want you all to recognize him. And Dr. Kidd, you want to add something to him?
The only thing I'd like to say is that not only is this a teaching tool for the students, but if we give to the community the skills and the knowledge of how to grow plants hydroponically, they can do some things for themselves at home. You mentioned the relative low cost for building systems. It's because we use a lot of materials that are not ordinarily used for agricultural work, but we can make them work. The systems that these young people have constructed and put together are quite something to see, and extremely efficient and productive. If we had a decent-sized piece of land, there's no telling how productive we could make it. Not only are we being able to grow vegetables and fruit and other things that can be consumed, but ornamental plants also can be grown with this particular process. And with the absence of pests and other things that are troubling, and the absence of having to worry about large quantities of earth and dirt, the productivity is going to be very high.
Yeah, man, that's again, not to beat a dead horse to death, but that's why I think we can have a state of the art. It's time we take the future and bring it into the present. And when you got a program like this that's trying to get off the ground, it's the time that we need to be in with them. So I would hope that we can really try to work on taking that plot of land over on the Whitehall area and try to come up with a plan that everybody can benefit from it, not only the college students, but the community as a whole. If we can turn around and do that, that'll be the community garden that can be an example for the state, city, and everybody else.
Definitely.
Yeah, get the little kids involved in learning how to grow, because my thing is growing your own food. It's a good thing. We used to do that a long time ago, but we got away from that because we got regular food. But we need to learn how to get back into that and grow your own stuff.
Right.
You know?
Well, I just want you all to know that this is just a small part of our graduate program and undergraduate program. Some of the other areas that we have expertise in is land usage, which I know everybody is interested in that. We also have a GIS specialist on our faculty who can talk to the city for that type of technology, water quality, and coastal management issues. We have some well-published and renowned scientists at the Bethune-Cookman who, I'll give you the names, you can Google them and see the track records. So we're very proud to part of our program in Bethune-Cookman itself, but especially this program was designed for service learning. And that means that these kids go out into the community and do community service at the same time they're learning their craft. So we thank you for this opportunity to come out here and speak with you, and we hope that if we can work very closely with Midtown, even though I'm not behind and sitting in the chair, this is the community I live in. This is where the university exists in this district, and we want to give as much as possible to Midtown. So as you do your thinking and your deliberations, you know where I am. Call me. We'd be happy to bring whatever technology or expertise we have to the table. And you can go out and talk to your constituents and let them know that we are here to serve. And I thank you once again.
Well, I think this is pretty terrific. How can I see it?
You can come if you know where the Moore House is on the corner of Lincoln and Mary McLeod Bethune, where Dr. Moore and Mrs. Moore worked. That is our office building now. The family donated that to the university, and it was turned over to this program.
Is there a phone number?
481-2632.
481.
2632.
I think it's a terrific program.
Come by, we're there, 8 to 5 for the staff and 8 to whenever for the students. Open, they have keys, they can get in and out 24/7. So this is going to be something that we can all be proud of.
This is great. This is great. Thank you
Madam Chair.
to our Vice Chair for this, and I'm really excited. I'm not a gardener. I can't grow anything. I kill everything I touch. But I think this is a great program for the youth and for the young folks to teach us how to get back to where we started from, at least the learning how to grow things. So that's a good thing. I'm real happy about that.
Madam
So we're
Chair.
going to try to work with you. Hold on, Denise. We're going to try to work with you all we can to try to help you with that. Go ahead, Denise.
I would just like to say I'm glad that we can grow plants together with Rattlers, as well as John on the gridiron, but he's been on the hill.
Y'all is any more comments for it? Okay. Thank y'all again. We really appreciate it. Keep us abreast, Shubi, of what's going on there.
We'll be back.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Doctor. That's wonderful.
My husband is going to chase him down in the hallway.
Yes.
He's actually been working with Andrew, the person that they referred to that's not here.
Yes.
So at 7 o'clock in the morning, my husband will be with Andrew in that same garden. And Saturday, there's a weed and seed from 8 to noon. This is the second weed and seed that Omar will be working with, Farmer Brown, right?
Yeah.
So he's kind of already tapped into that.
Yeah.
Again, with Bethune-Cookman University, we were recently trained as community health workers.
Yeah.
And we got, it was a very nice comprehensive training. It was through a grant through the University of Florida. And what we would like to do now is bring that information to the community. We have a DVD, we have goal setting workshops, and we added to it cooking demonstration with our group when we did our presentation the other day. And what I would like to do for the community through Midtown Eco Village during the month of November is, like the week before Thanksgiving, have a workshop where we do healthy alternatives to what we normally eat for the holidays. So how can you make maybe whole wheat cornbread muffins and show how to make these different, like a healthy meat alternative in case you want to try something like that. Butternut squash in your macaroni and cheese to give it, more fiber. So I'm wondering if there's any discretionary funds. We would just need the money for the food itself, and maybe we could do it at the Dickerson Center because they have the kitchen there. I'm thinking rows of tables, stainless steel bowls, and have people actually making the stuff themselves. So I'm going to give you this, Madam Chair, to look at. This is your personal copy. This is what we gave the people that we trained. And also, I just wanted to make a couple announcements. The Day of Remembrance is going to be for anyone who's experienced a pregnancy loss or infant death. That's going to be at Tubman King, Saturday, October 15th. And I had a miscarriage this February, and I wrote a poem, and I'll be reciting that poem there. I'm rushing because my mom has the kids, and she's going to curse me out when she sees me.
You got to tell Molly happy birthday for us.
Yes. I made her a nice vegan cake yesterday. She loved it. Okay. And then Omar and I are also leaders in a parent cafe. We're parent leaders, and this Friday at 6 p.m., will be the third parenting cafe, and what it is the Healthy Start had gotten a grant, and I'm sure you probably heard about it in the news, all the controversy, but Healthy Start received a grant to implement this alternative framework where families can help other families. There's, a family coordinator, and there's also the counselors and the agencies involved, but we're stepping up and taking the lead. So like I'll be teaching like a free family art class. I'll be coordinating a canoeing trip or different things for families to do to build solidarity and for the brothers to connect with the brothers and the sisters to talk about whether it be family planning or whatever it is we need to talk about as mothers to be stronger. So I have flyers. I know that you work with the public housing. So I'm going to leave these for you all. You know about Let's Move to the Groove that we're working with, and I'll just leave these flyers over here. Thank you all, and I will see everybody soon. Rushing out. So, we'll be at the Midtown Fair, Information Fair. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You give so much energy to all that you guys do. I just, I want you to kind of network with everybody and get with the farming and all that stuff. That's wonderful. And tell Molly I say hey. Bye-bye.
Samuel Butts, 1131 Barber Drive. I wish they would have stayed. They could have come by my mom's house. She grows collard greens, lemons, red peppers, scuffing irons here. Grows those right in her yard, Barber Drive. The collard greens got so tall one year, she made the News Journal. And the question was, how can you grow something like this in the city? Well, she's from the country, so, and she also grew 14 children. First of all, I want to say thank you for the wonderful job that you do for the community. I hope no one took anything personal from any of my comments that I said earlier, but I am concerned, just as concerned as you are, about our community. We've been here. My dad was born here on the street that has his name. He was born there. And I bring him up because this weekend at the Cypress Street Aquatic Center, we will host our our annual baptism for our church. And this year I'm being forced to break a 41-year tradition for our church. Normally, when we have our outdoor baptisms, we would normally go to either the river, and the river doesn't look like the river used to look, or we would go to the Campbell Street Pool. And needless to say, the Campbell Street Pool does not look like the Campbell Street Pool used to look. My grandfather baptized in the first Campbell Street Pool. My father baptized in the second Campbell Street Pool, and when I became pastor 5 years ago, I baptized there. My first baptism, I had a chance to baptize the oldest living male in our family, and that was my Uncle Jeremiah Butts. This plight started about 3 weeks ago. I called our dear mayor and told him about our baptism. And he said, well, Mr. Butts, Reverend, he said, you need to go see Mr. Williamson, Percy Williamson, Legion Services. I went there, and the issue was about obtaining the kiddie portion, the kiddie pool of Campbell, the Campbell Aquatic Center. And he stated to me that he would check into it because normally that facility is closed as soon as school starts because of staffing issues or funding issues. Well, I went over to look at it to make sure that it would be feasible for what we needed. And as I was standing outside of the gate, my eyes welled up because I had just left the aquatic center, and when I came to the Campbell Street Pool, I said, we deserve more. We deserve better. It's sad that if that pool was open for summer, it's sad that those kids had to walk across manhole covers that are rusted. It's sad that they had to walk up steps where the arm railing is broken and you have a jagged, rusted edge where the handle used to be. It's sad that they had to put their clothes in lockers that are rusted It's sad that when I went in after calling a meeting with Mr. Williamson, people from grounds, because the grass wasn't cut, gentleman that maintains the pool maybe once, twice a month. It's sad that when we walked on the grounds, all I had to do was pick the gate up and walk in because it came off the hinges with the chain on it. So I'm on a campaign. We need money. I asked the question, how much would it cost? They told me, well, we need about $1.5 million to make it look like Cypress. Well, I said, well, why don't we have the funding? Well, the answer was, we don't have the numbers. People don't come here. And I said, well, would you come here? And, the answer was, well, no, I wouldn't come here. Well, if we can get Campbell looking like Cypress, then you'll have about 600 kids using that pool, and they won't have to walk across Orange Avenue, ISB, Mary McLeod Bethune to get to Cypress. Children whose gangs are running rampant in PPU because they have nothing to do. Our church has been there 41 years, and we feed the hungry, we clothe the naked, get water that thirsts, we take in strangers, we visit those that are in prison. We do everything the Lord had commanded to do for the least one of his brethren. That's what he said. So this year, in breaking our 41-year tradition, we're having to go to the Cypress Aquatic Center. Beautiful. Beautiful. I mean, it's wonderful. It has a heated element now where the water is warm and toasty. We have adequate bathrooms, adequate lockers. But something's wrong. Something's wrong. Especially when I was told, because there's a city ordinance, that in order for me to have a baptism, I have to pay $125 an hour to have a baptism. $125 an hour because it's a city ordinance. Never had to pay that before at Campbell. And they told me, even though I wanted the kiddie pool at Campbell, I would still have to pay $125 an hour for the kiddie pool, that the water would be treated, not the big pool. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. I mean, I know I'm not asking for $88,000 to put an ice skating ring on the beach. Something's wrong when we can't use an ounce of cure or prevention instead of a pound of cure. If we don't change what's going on in Midtown, in 10 years we won't have a Midtown. I'm doing all I can, and I live on Barber Drive, but I spend most of my time at 636 Hawk Street. We have people now walking in, literally, I'm talking about walking in off of the street high on crack, wanting money. I pray for them, but I let them know we can't give you money. We can give you food. We can pray for you. We can send you into the right people. We have people in our churches that are well versed on where the people can go to help you get assistance with your lights and your water and things of that nature. We do that. But my question is, can we save this generation from being the next crackhead because they was hanging out with somebody that had no dreams, no morals, no goals? We need some help. And I told them I'm not going to stop supporting Midtown. I'm not going to stop having our events in the Midtown area. Yeah, I'm sad. I got to break a 41-year tradition at our church and go to the Cypress Street Aquatic Center. Okay, that's fine. But next year, I want to be able to come to Campbell Street, hook or crook. If I got to get the deacons out there with some paint and paint it, lawnmowers and cut it, we'll do it. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention because you didn't know what was going on. Hopefully I'll get a call from Mr. McKittrick or somebody tomorrow to let me know if I still have to pay $125 an hour. $125 an hour. Any questions? Comments? Thank you so very kindly. I pray for you. I do. If you need me, call me. I'm the squeaky wheel. You know, I'm not doing this for me. My daddy didn't do it for him. My grandfather before him didn't do it for him. I'm doing it for the community. And, you know, pray for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I'll make this quick. I didn't realize it was as late as it is.
Okay, take your time.
Kathy Washington, 937 Lockhart Street. I'd just like to commend the board on the work you all are doing for the community. I think a large number of individuals in the community have no idea of the time that you all put in for the betterment of our community. At the same time, the headaches you all have to put up with, not only the disgruntled individuals. I was happy to see the number of people out this evening, but basically I wanted to thank you all for the work you're doing. The community has no idea what's going on, and I honestly believe that unless some eyes are opened, as was just stated, in 10 years there won't be a Midtown. There's some things going on that I have issues with, and I don't know, maybe it's a private session that I might need, because in attending other board meetings, there's always the sheets out where individuals can sign up to make comments. Personally, to have public comments or comments made at the end of your agenda is a waste of time. If we can't comment on the issues as they come before the body, commenting at the end is of no use. And I don't understand it. Why is it that Midtown has a different policy?
The difference is at the planning board level, those are public hearings that they've sent out mail notice and things like that. So that's how it is with all the other redevelopment boards too. The public comments at the end, of course, it's always at the chair's discretion. If she wants to allow it, she may.
Okay, I'm putting you on notice. You may do so because I sit on the downtown Ballou Road redevelopment, and they do make comments as we move down the agenda. I think it's grossly unfair to wait to the end for public comments, because if I want to comment on an issue up top, you've already voted on it. My comments are in vain. And you need to hear the input from the community in order to make a decent decision, not just a decision on feelings. You need to have facts to work with, and not always are the facts given in your packet. The packets help, but not all the facts are there. You need to have the real facts in our community. And again, I'd like to thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you. Any more comments? Public?
Ditto.
Okay, thank you. Public board comments? Denise?
I thank everybody that came out for all the public input. My fight is not personal with Reed or with Charles. My fight is for the community and what needs to be done. And I'd just like to commend this business owner who owns a convenience store, who came out when that article was published in Daytona Times 2 months ago, and he has been in attendance to our meetings since then, and it makes me proud to know that he wants to stay informed on what is going on at the city level. And Ms. Washington, I thank you for the knowledge you bring to us. And Mr. Ivy's sister, good to see you. Thank you. Beautiful vacation. Glad to be back. I'm done.
Mr. Ivy.
No.
Ken?
I'll go along with Mr. Ivy.
Ms. Benjamin?
And I go along with Mr. McGee.
You just want to go home. Pat?
Well, I'm not going to let you go home.
I ain't either, Pat. Go ahead, girl.
That's right. I'm sorry that I was late. And my keys. I could not find my keys. But the problem was that, I must tell you, I just returned from Europe last night at 12:04. Yes, I had to tell you, I was gone 15 days away, no cooking and all of that. And if you're thinking about going over, if you can walk, go now. If you can walk, go now, because everything is inclined, and I do have pictures standing in the River Jordan and other things. I don't have my suitcases. My luggage is not here yet, but I have plenty to share. I have something for Reverend Gooding, you know, the olive oil and the sample, and I must give it to my other friend, Brother Edwards, Reverend Edwards also. But I enjoyed myself, and I'm looking forward to my next vacation.
As long as they
Next
ain't doing a board
getaway.
meeting or a workshop, you can go.
And I was about 15 or 50 minutes late. Was it that late?
Oh, I don't know.
But I've been here 3 times.
Shut up.
Have a good evening.
Okay. As you all know, Backtoberfest is coming up this weekend. Hopefully everyone will have a great time, and the merchants will make money, and the vendors will make money, and we all will make money, and everybody be happy. It usually is a fun time had by all, so I'm very happy about that. And I talked to CVB. We are not on any of the websites there, but we are now. And they're going to come out and take some pictures of the area, and I'll send them to MVET, and I'll make sure that they come to the safari and take pictures so that we can be represented. And of course, they're going to come down to your area down there, Ms. Pat, so that we can be represented on the CVB, on the website, you know, so everybody could see that. Ms. Benjamin, hopefully you read about.
I read it.
Yeah, this was Miss Robeson, Bernice Robeson. She passed away, and she was a beautician in our community, and I've known her for a while. And Charles wrote a beautiful resolution, and we took it. Charles took it to her church, and we try to do that for everybody that we know. I mean, in the community, and it's a beautiful resolution, and so we were very happy about that. And he does that for as many people as we can think of. So it's very nice. And this was a very good meeting, very interesting meeting. We all want the best for our community. We work hard for that. And we don't always agree, but we love each other. And we're going to disagree, but we're going to agree. And we're going to try to make the best of what we can do. Ms. Washington, I need to speak with you before you leave, please. But I just want y'all to understand that we are trying to do the best, and we get so many bad comments and little snide remarks most of the time. And I guess I can handle it. I'm learning to have thick skin. I can handle it. But we are trying to do the best for everybody, and it's not all the time what I want. It's what these people want too. And we all try to work together. And I hope we can work with Bethune-Cookman. We can work with everybody trying to do good. Because it don't make sense for us for our community to look as bad as it does. And I agree with that. 10 years, you won't even know it. And we got to make sure that if they're going to cut the grass, cut it right, or don't cut it at all. Get somebody who know how to cut grass. You know, so those are my little comments, and I thank all y'all for coming. And Reed, I thank you for all your information and your input. I know I always beat you up, but you're an easy target.
I just want to ask.
Go ahead. To read. Did we get our $1 million? Did you find it? You know, the $1 million.
There's a comment about $1 million for grants
For
that was
side
made
grants,
by Commissioner Reynolds'
Yeah.
request, and we've been tasked with providing some recommendations to the city manager, and that's where we're at. I'm working with finance.
You need some recommendations. What that mean?
Make a recommendation as to identifying funds and funding the grant programs. And we're going to come back on November the 2nd, and at that time, hopefully have some action taken on the grant programs, including the amount of funding that is attached to each of those grants.
And you see how they did it? They had a little discussion, and then when you come back, then you'll have some action, not action first. I want you to understand, we are listening, we are looking. We're at the city commission meeting, so we understand that you have to have some discussion first. Can't just always action, and I keep saying that because I want you to hear me. Very. Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Can I get a second?
We suck.
All right.
We
Out of here.
Read.
Y'all are a trip. So, your seats, please. We're trying to start the meeting. I'd like to welcome the audience and the board to Midtown Redevelopment Board meeting. This is October the 11th, and it's 5 after 6. I thank the board for being here, and we're going to have roll call, please.
Benjamin.
Present.
McGee.
Here.
McMillan.
Present.
Ponder.
Here.
Ivy.
Here.
Hurd. Not here.
We have a quorum. I wanted to let everybody know, please use your mic so that they can catch all of our talkings and things as we are now on camera. So please speak into your mic clearly so they can understand us. And we got that little memo. Thank you all for that. All right. Approval of the minutes for September 13th. We got that in our package too, that the minutes are not ready as of yet. We will get those next month, if that's all right with the board. So we'll move on.